2021 Henderson County Board of Public Education Board meeting. Would all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, first things first, we're going to have an agenda approval. I'll take a motion when someone's ready.
I move we approve the agenda.
Second from anyone?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Agenda is approved. Board chair observations. I'm going to skip board chair observations. We're going to have a lot to talk about here in a few. But board member observation, anyone's welcome to take the floor. If there is none, we will move on.
I would just say I appreciate, sorry,
Talk.
once you started, I appreciate the last couple of weeks. A lot of people have been here and involved and excited, and I think that's good for public education. The more people involved, the better. I wish every meeting was this packed, but, you know, for good reasons. But I appreciate the input. I think we all appreciate the input.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, next up, we're going to have public comment. So we have 32 public commenters that have signed up today. We have 30 minutes that we allocate to our public comment section. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut that down to 1 minute per, okay? 1 minute per person. This is a dialogue, or a monologue, excuse me. You're going to speak to us. We're not necessarily going to ask you questions or say anything back to whatever that you have to say, so that we can continue this so we can get on with the meeting and get to why we're here. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started. Matthew, you got your clock ready? All right, first up is going to be Indiana Jackson. Welcome, Ms. Jackson.
Can I take my mask off?
Please.
Oh, okay, all right. So, I only have 1 minute. Do I need to say anything, name, all that stuff? No, okay. I'm just going to keep it quick. We need diversity in the teaching staff in Henderson County Public Schools. Desperately need diversity, and we need diversity in the curriculum. I know I'm sure you're divided on the critical race theory, but if there is some way that we could come to some type of agreement to teach the correct history of America, which has a lot to do with race, then our students will be better off, and as far as in the future. So if anybody wants to email me or something, you know, to talk about this more, we definitely need to talk about it. I'll be emailing you all though. But thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you. All right, next up is going to be Sarah Cosgrove. Welcome, Ms. Cosgrove.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for your tireless efforts and commitment to education for all children in Henderson County. I hold deep respect and gratitude for your service here. I come in peace before you today as a wife, a mother to 4, an autoimmune disease warrior, a COO of our business, property owner, taxpayer, and an ally. I'm here for the medically fragile, for those who don't have the privilege of doing virtual, the educators worried about their safety and health and that of their students, and for the wonderful community as a whole. Your Henderson County Public Schools mission statement says, Henderson County Public Schools is committed to providing all students the opportunity to learn and the encouragement to succeed in a safe environment. We will honor the individual and nurture the potential of all children. Joining me today are community members, and we have a big ask: immediate reconsideration of the mask optional vote. Please keep the mission statement in mind as we provide you with evidence on why now isn't the time to unmask. Keeping schools open is the best thing for kids in quarantine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cosgrove. Next up is going to be Christina Holt Griffin. Did I say that anywhere near? Oh, close. Okay. I'll take close. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I work as an attorney in Hendersonville, and I'm a mother to 2 kids that go to Bruce Drysdale. I am deeply concerned that the optional mask policy that was adopted will send us back to virtual learning. I think no matter what side of the mask debate you're on, we all can agree we cannot go back to virtual. It is not a good fit for most families. The AAP stated children are at higher risk of suffering mental health issues and developmental setbacks if they miss out on in-school learning. Our kids are not used to learning in isolation. For some kids in our county, school is the safest place for them. The AAP and the CDC both recommend schools take a layer approach, wearing a mask. In addition to masks, proper ventilation, hand washing, and sanitizing is imperative. It is also important to acknowledge that some kids are really struggling with wearing a mask. We learned that at the last board meeting. I urge the board and the schools to work with our local medical community to determine what is best for these kids. I urge the schools to incorporate more mask breaks and outside time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is going to be Abigail Fincher. Welcome.
I go to North Henderson High School, and I have concerns about the mask mandate not being in place for schools. My stepdad and brother are very immune compromised, so without the mask mandate, I would be forced to choose virtual to protect my family. The virtual option frightens me. I went from being an honors student to barely passing. My grades dropped tremendously, and my depression got worse because I was missing that human contact that I'm used to getting when going to school. I'm a person where grades matter to me, so I'm concerned about failing this school year. There was never enough time to finish things in class. This was very stressful and isolating. My fear is not just for me, but my fellow classmates. I need to be in a classroom where I can get the help and collaboration that helps me thrive as a student. Data has demonstrated that not only did masks cut down on COVID transmission, but flu virus was at an all-time low this year. I beg you to change your mind about the mask mandate because it is unfair to penalize students because they are or their family members are having health conditions. You are required by federal law to provide all students with an equitable education, and by not providing a safe environment for students such as myself and others like me is a complete violation. The fair, safe, and proper action is to have required masks per the CDC, NC Pediatricians Association, and many other medical associations.
Thank you so much. I do want to say something real quick. Any student that would like to speak will, of course, get their full 3 minutes. They will not be stopped by the board. Next up is going to be Brighton. I can't read your last name. I'm sorry. Carpenter. Okay, perfect. Sorry. Please, thank you. Welcome.
My name is Brighton Rose Carpenter. I am a fourth grader at Hendersonville Elementary School. I want our schools to keep masks because I love it, because I love school. It makes me sad when we have school from home. I cannot see my friends, have recess, and I worry I won't pass fourth grade. Kids would rather wear masks than be virtual. It's not a big deal to us. I want to protect my friends, my little sister, my community, and my education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You did a great job. Ari Nichols. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ari Nichols. I'm a 13-year-old and I attend Rugby Middle School. I really like school and my teachers. I am in favor of wearing a mask because I have a 2-year-old brother at home who cannot be vaccinated yet. I don't want him to get sick. It's not a big deal for me to wear a mask, and I don't mind doing my part to help keep us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job, young man. Got it. All right. Next up is Heather Reed. Welcome, Ms. Reed.
Good afternoon. My daughter is a first grader at Bruce Drysdale, and I want to thank the board for the good work you did last year, keeping our children safe and healthy by making evidence-based decisions. I would ask that you not lose sight of making evidence-based decisions today. We know that COVID is on the rise again. We know that the AAP and CDC are recommending that schools remain open and that masks be universally worn inside those schools. This past week, schools in our own state were seeing the consequences of mask optional policies. Moreland County reversed their decision after only 4 days and more than 80 students quarantined. A charter school in Brunswick County has seen a cluster of 55 COVID cases by going mask optional. We know that it's not just national and state medical professionals urging us to continue masking. This board heard from local medical professionals just last week about the efficacy of mask wearing. You will also be hearing from medical professionals who are joining me today to urge you to not undo the good work that you have done over this past year. We are urging you to refocus your efforts on making evidence-based decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Beth Stang. Welcome.
Thank you. Board members and members of the administration, I'm Beth Stang, a proud parent of a Bruce Drysdale school bear kitten. The Strong Schools Toolkit incorporates recommendations from the CDC and the AAP with the goal of ensuring that schools can safely offer in-person learning. I know you're all familiar with the layered prevention approach. We are asking that you ensure that these measures, in addition to face coverings, are in place from the toolkit. Physical distancing. Please consider mandating measures that minimize opportunities for sustained exposures. Consider diagnostic and screening programs. This can quickly identify those who are infected at no cost. Implement and enforce isolation and quarantine procedures. The toolkit's a wonderful resource for both administrators and parents to know what to do and what to expect. No quarantines are now recommended for students in a classroom when a classroom close contact occurs, when all are consistently wearing masks. Thank you so much for your time, but more importantly, thank you for your work to keep schools safe.
Thank you. Next up is Aaron Corbin. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thanks to the board. As a concerned resident of Henderson County, a father to a Henderson County public school student, a husband to a Henderson County public schools teacher, I'm requesting that the board change its current mask optional stance for K through 12 students, staff and visitors to Henderson County public schools, and move to universal indoor masking at all Henderson County public schools. Information presented at the last meeting, August 2nd, was outdated. COVID numbers were rising, and they continue to rise at much higher rates than were discussed during that meeting. The situation is changing rapidly, and we must change with it. Our current community transmission level is now in red, which is the highest level indicated by the CDC, and we are not alone. All of our neighboring counties are in red. Students benefit from in-person learning. Safely returning to in-person instruction is critical to their ability to learn. Following the CDC guidelines regarding masking is the best method of ensuring a safe learning environment for them.
Thank you, Mr. Corbin. Next up is Dr. Amy Johnson. Welcome.
I'm a mother of 2 children at Mills River Elementary School. As a local family physician, I am here to state that masks are effective at reducing the transmission of COVID. But masks only work well if everyone wears them when you have a mixture of vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. And now we have the new Delta variant. It's too early to know if this variant will cause more severe disease in children, but we do know we are seeing higher infection rates in children. We have seen pediatric ICUs filling up with COVID in areas of high transmission. This includes our area. I spoke with our infectious disease specialist this morning. At Party Hospital, we currently have 16 patients admitted with COVID, 90% unvaccinated. According to him, as of Saturday, Mission had 24 patients in the ICU and 6 waiting for ICU beds in the ER because they didn't have space, and several children in their pediatric intensive care units. I'm asking that at the very least, you consider making masks mandatory in the elementary schools, as those children do not have the opportunity to be vaccinated yet. As medical professionals, we take an oath to do no harm. I am asking you also to take the responsibility and do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deborah Barwick.
Thank you for taking comments today. I'm a nurse and a grandmother of a new kindergartner at Hendersonville Elementary School who actually wants to stay in school. Since January of this year, I have been exposed to COVID 5 different times, send my family into whirlwind, but because we were all in masks, I never tested positive. Mask mandates are not about pleasing people or political opinions. They're about keeping our children safe, our schools open, and our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tasha Woodall. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Tasha Woodall. I'm a geriatric clinical pharmacist in family medicine. I have a son attending first grade at Etowah Elementary who has a 4-year-old sister at home as well. I wanted to also underscore the point that we are seeing children fall seriously ill at a rate far exceeding what we observed earlier in this pandemic. Now more than ever is the time when we should be thinking about doing whatever it is that we have in our power to protect these children where they gather, most notably in schools. This is perhaps the worst time to relax the strategies that we know are effective to prevent the spread of this illness. Making masking optional takes away our best choice to protect our kids who are too young to be vaccinated. As a reminder, masks have always been primarily about source control. I can ask my 6-year-old to put on a mask and he will gladly do so. And in doing so, he has a measure of protection for himself, but primarily he is protecting others around him. Without having others around him also masked, we are not achieving optimal protection. Bottom line, the COVID units in our hospitals are full. They're getting fuller with the start of school, acting as an accelerant. You should assume we are going to see pediatric ICUs all across the country, completely overwhelmed.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Fischler. Welcome, sir.
My name is Darren Fischler. I'm a respiratory therapist at Mission Hospital, working mostly in pediatric ICU as well as the neonatal ICU. The past few months have seen an increase in our patient population. Mission has seen almost 100 COVID patients in the past 2 weeks, with over 100 that may have COVID that are not confirmed yet. The hospitals around the country are seeing the steepest rise in COVID in pediatrics around the country in the past week. And we know for a fact that masks help mitigate the spread of COVID. Surgical masks have been proven to stop at least 70% of transmission. Cloth masks are significantly less, but they are a barrier. Considering that elementary school children are not able to be vaccinated at this time, I strongly urge the board to change their position on the mask mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Lauren Carlin. Hello. Hi.
I'm a parent of 3 children, and I'm also a mental health professional who has worked every day of this pandemic with children and families in our community. The things that I've seen that have the largest impact on the mental health of our community are virtual schooling and physical isolation. I saw firsthand the increase in depression and anxiety caused by isolation. For many kids, these symptoms decreased when they were allowed to return to the classroom in person. The slides presented at last week's meeting clearly showed how taking away masks will mean going from one student missing school to many students being quarantined. Missing school means falling behind academically and the added stress of catching up. It also puts extreme strain on our most vulnerable communities in this county. For some parents, being out of work for 2 weeks can mean that they can't pay bills or meet the needs of their families. Increased community spread also means a decrease in access to invaluable in-person mental health services. I am not asking you to keep our kids in person if the conditions are not safe for them to be there. I'm asking you to keep the conditions safe so that our kids can stay in school and our community can continue to work to recover from the damage this past year has done.
Thank you. Next is Ann Corbin.
I work in ESL instructional support in grades K through 8 for Henderson County Public Schools. Last year, I received almost weekly emails during the second part of the school year telling me to be prepared to cover classes, as we were always 1 or 2 teacher absences away from having to close due to lack of adult presence. Henderson County Public Schools does not have the workforce or subs to support absences of teachers during mass quarantines again. I have spent the past year in a constant state of worry and hopelessness, worried if my students are safe, if they're getting enough food when they are not in the building, if the students that we have worked so hard to grow will graduate during this pandemic, only to learn that so many have fallen through the cracks. Students need to be in school, but they need to be there safely. Yesterday, when this group met to plan, some of the exact students I have worried over were having a picnic. They are rising seniors who made it, and they all agree that masks should be worn in schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carmen Gentry. Thank you.
I'm going to start with a quote from Mother Teresa. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. I'm here today to speak about those ripples. According to our website, Henderson County Public Schools enrolls 13,500 students, and we have 2,000 employees. That's 15,500 ripple effects. We can use these for community health, or unfortunately also for community spread. I'm a physical therapist and a director of rehab at a senior living community here in town. As we know, COVID devastated so many senior living communities with spread that was almost unstoppable. I personally know 17 people who passed. After your decision last week, the administrators of these centers are concerned, especially for employees who have children in Henderson County Public Schools. I urge you to consider that we have an opportunity to slow the spread. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Claire Nichols. Welcome, Ms. Nichols.
I'm a little short. Good afternoon. I am Claire Nichols. I'm an elementary school teacher here in Henderson County. I am speaking on behalf of myself and other HCPS teachers who contacted me when they heard I was going to speak. When students are forced to learn virtually or are quarantined, there are consequences that go beyond academics. I spent months driving lunch to a student whose grown-ups had to work, and the teenager supervising him did not have a car. When students are forced to stay home, they are not as safe. Some of my students are simply safer at school. And the more students we quarantine, the more likely they are in unsafe circumstances. There are caregivers working not one but several jobs who cannot afford to miss work. When they miss work, they don't get paid or get fired. Their resources are limited and they depend on schools. I taught 18 first graders in person this summer with limited air conditioning. Not one kid complained to me about their masks, and they are real good at self-advocacy. Parents know that. So on behalf of myself and my other teachers, please reconsider and vote to make masks mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Smith. Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I'm speaking to you today as a parent of a young Bruce Drysdale student who has already been affected this school year by COVID quarantine. I had to miss a full week of work, wages, and as far as I could see, my daughter and one classmate missed 1 week of school. Because they wore masks, they were able to return after 8 days. She told me 2 other classmates were out for a second week. Mind you, again, this is with masks. Per Crystal Odell's slides from last week, if masks are optional, many more students would have been required to quarantine. Our 2 elementary schools have had 18 positive cases. Those 18 students add 4 close contacts out for quarantine, and we now have 100 students out of school. We have 100 parents missing work and wages. To reiterate Mr. Eagle from last week, we cannot go back to Plan C. Last year, like so many women, I stayed home to keep my young kids and my elder family safe. My kids and I wore our masks willingly. We stayed home, we distanced, we protected our community. I feel punished by the offer of no masks versus online school again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Carpenter. I should have had those together. I'm sorry.
Hello, thank you for being here. I want to start off by recommending that schools offer masks with clear centers to facilitate visible smiles for our mask-wearing students and staff. They are a safe option that has been available for quite some time. There is no information about the effectiveness and usefulness of mask wearing and being vaccinated that hasn't already been made public. The American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, and World Health Organization have pages on their websites dedicated to dispelling mask-wearing myths spread by the public. On a personal note, my family is the family you all have spoken about. We have drained our savings, lost work and money, had mental health and educational struggles abound in ourselves and our children. We simply cannot do it again. As an elected board, it is your responsibility to do what is best for your community, regardless of personal opinion, religion, political affiliation, or pressure from that same community. You did that last year, and we were greatly appreciative of it. What harm could come from following CDC guidelines to keep our community healthy and safe? Thank you.
Next is Darla Schmidt.
Thank you for the chance to speak today. My family moved to the area recently and chose to enroll our children in Henderson County Public Schools this past January after homeschooling for 2.5 years. Our brief time with HCPS schools, specifically Flat Rock Middle and Atkinson, was nothing but positive. Unfortunately, after the recent decision to lift the mask mandate in HCPS, we made the difficult decision to place the kids in a different school where the safety of students and staff remained the #1 priority. It disheartens me to say this. My rising 8th grader was gearing up for advanced science, honors English, and cross country. We also have a rising 4th grader who has dyslexia and grew leaps and bounds academically since returning to the classroom at the end of last school year, and a rising kindergartner. So I'm here now not to present my kids for this year per se, but to represent their wonderful teachers, staff, and our community as a whole. COVID numbers are trending up much faster than the number indicated at the August 2nd meeting, as are our hospitalization rates, My last request is that we require polling of all HCPS parents and staff for all future important decisions, such as this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Darren Jennings.
When this started, Mr. Craven was given the papers, people to speak. Somebody said, "How long are we going to speak?" He said, "I'm not going past 30 minutes on this." And then he said, "I'll count it and I'll let you know." So he hefted the papers and he said, 1 minute. I know the board can change the amount of time they let us speak. It's in there. Remember when it was like 2.5 hours, 3 hours at the beginning of this? It can happen. Everybody who voted make masks optional. Every time somebody dies, gets sick, has to miss work, takes into their finances, is ill, I hope you feel what you've done. Thank you.
All right, then. So next is Victoria Shantz.
Good afternoon. I'm a grandparent of a student at Glen Marlow. We homeschooled him last year through the virtual learning curriculum. We have great respect for the teachers and administrators at the school, and we want to keep them all safe. As you know, 50% of the population has received the vaccine, 50% have not, and we are all susceptible to contracting the virus through people who are carrying it knowingly and unknowingly. Children are not vaccinated, leaving them totally vulnerable. And is this how you protect them in our schools? What happens when vendors, maintenance personnel, parents enter the school and are not vaccinated? Who's going to stop them from potentially spreading this illness? How many more vital statistics does it take to change your mind? How many more thousands have to suffer from or die from this? And do you want to be responsible for that in your community? We are practically back to square one on COVID, urging you to vote on the safe side, that science but not politics speak for you.
Thank you. Next is Blake Honeycutt.
Thank you for the time. I'm Blake Honeycutt. I have a first grader at Fletcher Elementary. My wife serves on the PTO there. It's a great school. I have no complaints about Fletcher Elementary. What I'm here asking today is that we all have choices, and you guys have made a choice. That when the parents that can't afford to have their kids sent to school because they're going to get sick, that tuition costs money to go to Buncombe County where they have a mask mandate. I'm asking that you guys work the money for these families because it's a safety. It's not by convenience. It's not because of academics, and it's not because of sports. It's not what we want. I want to stay in my community. I love Fletcher Elementary. I don't want to have to pull my kid out of there. And so if we do, and when we do, because of decisions that have been made here, I want you guys to fit the bill for that. And that's what I'm asking today. And I know that people say that children can't breathe in the mask, but my little boy whooped everybody's boy in soccer at North Carolina, and he wore a mask the whole time. So don't tell me that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Dr. Susan Ortiz, please. You next. Thank you for coming.
I would like to thank you all for your service to the community. I know we all want to do what is right for our children. As a resident of Henderson County, a mother of 2 kids at Bruce Drysdale Elementary, as a former elementary school teacher and a current college professor, I urge you to ensure the safety of our children by requiring mandatory masks indoors. Schools are a public good and require us to ensure children receive a high-quality public education. In order to do that, we must consider public safety and listen to experts, which is exactly what we teach our children to do. Multiple medical organizations recommend that children wear masks while in school to reduce the spread of COVID. Individuals are not the only ones impacted by this. Entire classes or even entire schools will be affected. The science behind masks is very clearly laid out. If anyone is unmasked and tests positive, large groups of children will be forced out of school. We are all in this together. I urge you to reconsider your decision and require masks.
Thank you. Next is Jay Carey. Carey? Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jay Carey. I am a Democratic candidate for District 11 congressional seat, but more importantly, I'm a father of 4 boys. 2 boys go to the local schools here, Rugby and West. And I have a 2-year-old at home that I am concerned for his safety. My older boys are vaccinated, as are we. And I want to remind the board, as well as everybody here, that wearing a mask is not a punishment, nor is it a violation of anybody's civil rights. Okay, it makes good sense. I urge you to follow the science, act appropriately, reinstall the mask mandate until this pandemic becomes under control and we can move on, because we are all anxious to move on with our lives in a more normal sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Rafael Morales. Welcome, Mr. Morales.
Thank you. Thank all of you, and thank everybody here for speaking. I think that we can't understate the value and the importance of actually listening to each other. This, like many other issues right now, is not one that should be politicized. We should look at all things equitably, and that includes things like infectious diseases, very obviously. This affects all of us in our community in very different ways. So, thank you for having forum on this and for actually listening to everyone's opinion. I think that I'm not alone here in respecting that. What's really important is for me to start off by saying that I don't have kids. So I'm not here in the capacity of a parent like most of the people in this room. I'm here in the capacity of a concerned member of Hendersonville, the city of Hendersonville. And we know, if science says anything, that now is a critical time in the timeline of an infectious disease, and it is not the time. It is not the time to take the masks off and go about business as usual. There's too many variants. There are too many risks. Please think about all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Leslie Carey. Welcome, Ms. Carey.
Hello, I am Leslie Carey, and I am the parent of students at both Rugby Middle School and West, and I also have a 2-year-old. And this afternoon, you've heard from many members of the community, caregivers, the youth, medical professionals, teachers, and staff, and we really want you to reconsider the mask mandate. It's why we're here in the first place. No one wanted to wear a mask, and it spread. So the best thing we can do is take into account the guidelines for AAP, CDC, and CDHHS guidance. Thank you for all the time that you put into caring for our children. I know everyone in here cares for the kids. We need to figure out a solution. And once again, the mission statement of the public school is Henderson County Public Schools will provide all students the opportunity to learn and the encouragement to succeed in a safe environment. We will honor the individual and nurture the potential of all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Courtney McCall. Welcome, Ms. McCall.
120 days, 720 hours. That's how long we forced our kids to wear masks in our schools this past year. As a mother and a teacher, this infuriated me, that I allowed it to happen and that I didn't fight harder against these mandates. But you, our school board, did not fail our students. At the last meeting, you chose freedom for us and our children. You gave us the gift of choice. For parents who are comfortable with their children returning to school mask-free, we have that choice. For parents who prefer their children continue to wear a mask, they have that choice. For those who aren't comfortable with either of those options, you provided a virtual option. You heard us and you listened, and we thank you. For our children who are smiling and laughing and excited about school, we thank you. For the over 2,000 people who have signed our local petitions, we thank you. For the over 2,500 people who joined our cause online, we thank you. Thank you for being brave and for continuing the American way, which is the freedom to choose. As parents, no one knows what's better for our children than us. Thank you.
Next is going to be Stephen Hertz. Welcome, Mr. Hertz.
Thank you very much for your time. I'm a chef, a state employee, college educator, and the father of an 8-year-old at Hendersonville Elementary. At the college level, we have all made the decision to continue with masks. It's the right choice. It has made us through this last year. We faced a very difficult decision. As educators, we had to pivot very quickly, figure out what to do, and we did it. I ask you guys do the same. Be creative. Use intelligence between all of you. Use your common sense and come up with a creative solution for the safety of our kids. It was an oath you took and an oath I expect you to uphold as an educator. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Priscilla Montalongo. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi.
Put your mic down.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Hi. I was here last meeting, and I am so thankful that you made mask optional. but sorry,
Take your time. Take your
I
time.
just get nervous in front of time.
It's okay. I get it. Not the only one.
Maybe I might go to school still. I don't know. I've never worn a mask. I haven't been sick through all of this. Neither has my 4-year-old brother. He's at daycare, which is different because he does it for the summer too. At the last meeting, it said health department, I think, explained how 0 children died and 0 children have been at the hospitals. And yeah. Also, did you know that in 5G, it has something in it that's box kinda in it, and I and some of my family members, and they have a Facebook thing on it, and it's called Delta, like the sickness that's been going around, and somebody took a picture of it somehow. Oh, I didn't know if you wanted to see it, so here it is. And then, yes, I might be young, but I do know a lot about COVID-19, sicknesses, and other things that may have caused it. Because I think things a lot, like younger kids. We all have our imagination. And I wish I had a paper instead of scrolling, because I like paper and pencil better. Anyway.
You're doing great.
For your time.
Thank you so much.
Great.
Daniel Jackson.
Good afternoon. I'm here as not only the parent of a second grader at Hendersonville Elementary, but also as the spouse of the local rabbi at Dhhs, Israel. The synagogue here has chosen to continue to wear masks. I volunteer as much as I can at Hendersonville Elementary. One of the things that makes me feel safe doing that is that everybody there, staff, students, and anyone visiting like myself is wearing a mask. So I don't have to worry about taking something home to my wife, who will then take it to her at-risk community. The Jewish community in Hendersonville is of senior age. They are older and they are, unfortunately, prone to get this illness and getting very sick from it. We have members now that are very sick from it. If I cannot be safe going to the school to volunteer, if my son cannot be safe going to the school to learn, if my wife cannot be assured that we're not going to come home with those things, then not only do I have to stop volunteering at the school, but I have to pull my son from the school because I cannot risk the Jewish community and my wife to a disease that's not easily, but we're protected if we wear masks.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Easier. Thank you.
Next, we have Isaiah Bird. Welcome, Mr. Bird.
Hello, my name's Isaiah Bird. I'll be a junior at Hendersonville High School. I hate face masks. They're not very comfy. My nose has been very sore, but it's not very sore now. I tried staying away from COVID, but it did not work. And face masks did not help. I felt sick, but now I have antibodies and I feel fine. When I wear a mask, no one can hear me talk because I can't talk very loud. I only have 2 years in high school, and I want to be in marching band and I want to have fun. Would you please keep masks optional at school? Thank you for listening to my speech.
Thank you, Mr. Bird.
I love it. I love it.
Great job, sir. Great job. Last one is Penny Care Frost. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Penny Lane, and I just want to say thank you for letting masks be a choice this year. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, that's it for public comments today. I do want to also let everybody know we received 145 email submissions. Those will be online after our meeting tomorrow. We did all receive those on top of the other, I don't know, call it 1,000 emails we received in the last week. Next up is going to be the consent agenda. I will take a motion, but we are going to be removing E, the DOT easement, out of there. I'll take a motion to approve that consent.
I move we approve the consent agenda with the removal of item E.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's approved. We have no old business, so we're going to move on to new business. All right, this is going to, we have 46 policies that are updated twice a year. We're going to move through these pretty quickly. At least half of them are just minor changes to wording, legal references, and or cross-references. I'm going to invite Mr. Taylor up here to go through this with us. So, board, what I'd like you to look at is go to number 23. You see we have 46 of them on there. 23 through 46 are nothing more than wording, legal references, and or cross-reference changes. Are there any questions on 23 through 46? If there are none, I will take a motion to pass these for first reading, Mr. Campbell, or can we do this can we do a second reading on this? Yep. So moved.
I move that we approve policies 23 through 46 and waive the second reading and approve them on first reading.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Does everyone understand that? Any conversation or anything around that? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those are approved. Now, let's go back through 1 through 22. What I'd like to do is this. Normally we'll go through and you'll read us what you have on there. I think that just takes a lot of time. What I think would be more appropriate is I'm going to go to each board member and ask if they have a specific question on any of these policies. We'll knock them out and we'll get them done. Does that work? Mr. Bridges, do you have a question on any of these, 1 through 22?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Case? All right, I know Amy does. Dr. Revis? Ms. Caskey?
No.
And Mr. Egoff?
No, but can we do this in the future for the rest of
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, Mrs. Holt has a few questions, and so start with your first policy that you have a question on. And these are just updates. These are not new policies. They might have some wording differences. They might have different commas. They might have removed a paragraph or added a section. They are essentially the same, but they do have some different wording. So please continue on whenever you're ready.
Okay, the first one, it's not necessarily a question, but this is the mental health plan that we're talking about in number 16, policy 6120. And I wanted to just briefly touch over what the mental health plan is. It's in section B where it talks about it.
Number 16, 6210, or 6120. Can you go over section B with us, please?
Yes, so for this part of the policy, it's talking about our school system's mental health plan, and actually that is going to be an item that's going to be brought before the board at September's meeting.
Okay.
And so I don't know if Dr. Fry, if you want to add to that, but I do know that that is part of the next month's meeting.
I'll be happy to. For the first time, the state board is requiring that district boards approve the mental health plan. We'll be bringing that to you. As part of that plan also is the suicide plan that we have had in place for some time, so that will be there as well. And I want to assure you that our Director of Student Services has been working in concert with his colleagues across the region so that there is some consistency there. And I know they have reached out to our attorneys as well to advise. So we'll bring that to you in detail in September.
Perfect. Okay, that answers that.
Keep going.
The next one, well, it's really just a little comment on it's discrimination on number 18. I didn't know that age 40 was in the bracket of old.
I actually read that to my wife, and I was like, wait a minute.
I'm a little offended by that.
Be age discriminated against now.
Yeah. So
I'm
that's
offended
really not
as
a
well.
question. That's
You're
just I'm offended by the by that statement. Can we remove that?
Take it up with Congress.
The next question.
So that's at 7232?
Yeah, that's.
perfect.
I just have a comment that I don't like that. Number 19, policy 7510. Let me get there and see what that was. Leave.
It's an update on COVID leave.
Yeah. So, and I think this might have.
Is this what came up in closed session?
I know what it was. Yeah. Well, it doesn't address the vaccinated people that can continue working at home. It sounds a little bit strict, but it also says in there from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services and NCDPI that will meet that criteria. So would that encompass, because it says that employees need to stay home that, have been affected by a quarantine. Do we need to put in there unless vaccinated, or does it meet that because it says?
I believe it meets that, Ms. Holt, because in the information we present from the toolkit, the Strong Schools Toolkit, it talks about that as being one of the exceptions to quarantining specifically. So if you're a vaccinated individual and you're asymptomatic, then you don't have to be outside of the environment.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure of that. And then I only have one more.
Take your time.
Policy 7720. It is number 20. Let me pull that up and see what that was.
It's employee political activities.
Oh, yeah, I remember what this is specifically. So it talks about in this policy that a teacher should not bring their own political views into the classroom. And I wanted to see, we've had some issues with that and complaints by parents and legislators. I wanted to see if we could possibly go over this again when we do our school meetings, like at the beginning of the year, and just touch on that, because the policy all talks about the freedom. And of course, I definitely support all that, but I just think it's pertinent that we go over and say, hey, do not bring into your classroom, whether you're liberal or conservative or whatever, your views kind of stay back and you're just teaching the material.
Yes, ma'am. And as you mentioned, anytime there's a concern that's brought to our attention, we're always going to address that directly. I know Ms. Case often reminds us that it's important that every employee knows the policies.
Yep.
Right? And taking advantage of this opportunity to clarify that as the traditional calendar gets underway, we'd be glad to do that.
Okay, thanks. That was all of those.
Okay. Like I said before, all of these policies are already implemented policies. There's no new policies. They're just little amendments here and there. Are there any other questions before I move on? All right. Take these in the first reading.
First reading, and you can take them as a group.
All right. And I will accept a motion to take number 1 through 22 for first reading on these policies.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, that was the easiest one yet, Carl.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Craven, I'd like to state for the record that I presented policy for a year and a half.
2 years. I know.
We had to go through every one of them point by point. So
I was reading these at 1 in the morning last night, and I was like, "Whoa, nobody wants to hear that. They're here for other reasons." So let's
fair enough.
get those moving, and then let's get why we're here. So next is going to be a discussion led by Dr. John Bryant, and this is going to be the Hendersonville High School Stadium Scope. So just give a little background. We had our workshop with PFA and LS3P, and They gave us their options on what they could do at Hendersonville High School, ranging from $2.1 million up to $5.2 million for various scopes of this project. And we went with them with what we kind of considered to be what we thought was best at that particular time, but there was no action taken at that particular time. We decided a C+ or D- type of deal would work for that school. So what that meant was we sent that up to the what is it called, the Joint Facility Committee. Myself and Mr. Egolf and actually Mr. Rhodes came to that meeting, and we poured over all the plans and what was going to happen. And the Board of Commissioners have asked us to essentially come back, tell them exactly what we want in public, and so here we are today. So do we have any of the slides ready to go?
Yes, sir, we do, and I'll walk through those in just a second. Again, this is just a review of the same slides that the board had seen at our workshop together. And to recap that which Mr. Craven said additionally is the Board of Commissioners discussed this particular topic at their August 2nd meeting as well last week. They ultimately took no action at that point. They tabled the issue. And again, I believe it's an opportunity for us as a board to clarify, again, the position that we stand as it relates to this work. I would remind the Board of Education, part of the reason that the discussion was brought to light was because the Board of Commissioners made a commitment to address the stadium turf and the track areas just as they've done at the other three high schools. Again, that work was delayed as it related to the construction project. And now as we're coming to what we hope to be the final 12 months of that work and recognizing that, timing is of the essence in terms of making a determination associated with that. And so I'll just quickly work through these slides as it stands right now. Again, these slides were prepared and presented to the board by the team from LS3P and Vinoy Construction as it relates to our current project work. And so, as you well know, the demolition of the V building has already taken place. At this time, all of the Stillwell renovations have begun. If you were to drive by there, you can see that work. The basic objective for addressing the stadium is exactly as you see here. Again, artificial turf and rubberization of the track. Those were the same conditions that were provided, and those were the investments that the Board of Commissioners made in each of our other three traditional high schools. What is unique about Hendersonville High School is exactly what you see in the bulleted list, and I won't read through all of those, but it is important to understand there is an existing storm drain that runs underneath that particular track facility. When we look at these, four options were presented, just as Mr. Craven mentioned, and so the board was asked to consider option A, which essentially leaves all the stadium conditions the same. It addresses the turf, it addresses the track, and it leaves the remaining existing bleachers there shifted slightly when we talk about the track and the turf for safety. Right now, if you were to be on that track, it's a 6-lane track. The outside lane actually runs into the stands to a degree. And if you take a look at the way the end zone is affixed, where the field is located within the oval that is the track, the end zone actually runs right onto the track itself. And so this condition, there would be a slight movement of that. You'd also reallocate where some of the track and field events would be. But it essentially would involve rubberizing the track, addressing the positioning of the field and the track for safety, and it would create that condition. Now, what it doesn't do is, you'll note this time there's a slight adjustment for what is midfield based on where the existing bleachers are. Option B is essentially just a shift that says, okay, what if we moved the stadium field all the way and we centered it within the track? In doing so, you're shifting it down. Again, all the other same conditions would exist. You would have field events that would be relocated, and both A and B would involve a realignment of field lights. So when you think about where the lights are targeted right now, they're targeted based on the field being shifted all the way toward the scoreboard side or the north side of the field. This would be a realignment of that work. And again, it would address the stormwater. It would be the rubberization of the track. It would be artificial turf. Option A and option B, this board will remember, are in effect the same cost. What you have to just keep in mind is if you shift the field to the center of the track area, then all of your bleachers are offset at that point. And so the board would have to keep that in mind moving forward. Option C sort of starts to consider some of the additional issues. You can see the bullets that are listed here as it related to additional challenges when you think about A and B and some of the other issues that are there. You talk about the current state of the concession stand, the restroom facilities, the condition of the bleachers and otherwise, remembering always that if you address certain areas of that, then you're required to bring them up to current code, and that's critically important to understand. So C that was presented by this group addresses some of those concerns. And again, it deals with the field. It reconfigures the bleachers so that they would be centered in that space. You see a renovation of the restroom facilities and a renovation or a creation of a new concession facility there. Finally, option D, which is what you might consider to be the all-in option, takes into account one of the most significant features of this particular area, and there's about a 4% grade across the field, which means that from one side to the other, you're talking about like a 4-foot difference. And so if you were to level the field and the track, a 2% grade, if you were to level the field and the track, you would have to either bring in or dig out about 4 feet, and you see a proposed retaining wall in this particular space. Now again, that is a very unique condition to this particular area as it relates to addressing all elements of that. And so right now that stadium already has that slope to it on the field and in the track. And if you were going to address that and correct it, you'd have to do some significant work. Now, what we've learned from the timetables that were presented to us on essentially options A and B, and to a degree some of C, but A and B could all be done within a period of time between seasons. Right? So when we talk about picking up that work at the conclusion, let's say, of a football season before the start of a new football season, or at the conclusion of a soccer season before the start of a new soccer season, or otherwise, it could be done within that window of time. When you start adding elements to it, and certainly the element that is option D, you're talking about a timetable that would be considerably longer than that. And so ultimately, when these were presented to the board, and we talk about the timeliness associated with those, options A and B, as I mentioned, are essentially the same cost associated with that. You just have to understand the considerations of moving the bleachers. Option C is about $1.2 to $1.3 million more expensive to address those other elements of it. And then option D, of course, as Mr. Craven said, is just north of $5.2 million. So the opportunity for the board to consider our communication back to the Board of Commissioners is based on what we most would like to see, and also understanding what can be done, and then what the relative investments would be associated with that. And so I'll defer there for a second, Mr. Craven, answer any questions the board might have about the slides that have been presented, and then again, entertain conversation by the board on that respect.
Any questions on what Dr. Bryan has just showed us?
Can you pull out the storm water line replacement and tell us what the cost of that is? Because that really doesn't have anything to do, that has to do with the Hendersonville High project, not this one.
Based on the pricing that we had been presented here, I wouldn't be able to do that myself from the slides. Remember, these were created by PFA and LSTP, right. But the Board of Commissioners actually had that very same discussion, just kind of recognizing that it might be worth viewing them differently. What we ultimately know to be case is, if we do anything with that field, it has to be addressed.
Right, absolutely.
And it was discussed at the very beginning of this work. Whether or not you see it as a cost associated with the stadium or not, I think is really a discussion between the Board of Education and the commissioners, but they brought up that very same point, Ms. Holt.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
How much was it, do you remember?
It's like $150,000.
Yeah, I would hate to put a number on it from memory, but I'd be glad to get it for the board to let you know.
And again, we're not holding the purse strings on this, but I believe we talked about, I guess these wouldn't be good grades, but either C+ or D-, where we understand. I mean, the price of option D is more than twice A or B, but that 4-foot grading seems really dangerous. And I think if we look at it in that regard, if there was some way to do C, take out the expanded bathrooms, right? I think wasn't that where we were going at? But to grade that field.
Yeah, I think the grading of the field was probably the most expensive part going between C and D, and I can't tell you the exact dollar amount. I'm gonna look at Scott Rhodes, but I think it was well over $1 million just to make that flat. Right. And from the architect's and the construction manager at risk's point of view, it would completely alter that field and the feel of it and the look of it. You would not be able to enter from Bearcat Boulevard anymore because of the retaining wall. And it was of their professional opinion that that might not be the best way to go. And so with that being said, after talking and looking and going through these things, can you, Matthew, go back to C, please? So option C is the one that's $3.2 million, $3.3 million. And essentially what it does, it moves the field down, it flattens it. It'll have a slight angle, but nothing that you wouldn't really notice it from playing on the surface. You get all new D zones for all your track and field events. You get a brand new track around the stadium. And I think one of the important things about that's different between A and B and this one is that if we stay at A and B, the bleachers are going to be at either the 38-yard line or the 32-yard line. They'll never be centered, right? So this would actually center the bleachers, the home field bleachers, renovate the bathrooms completely, build a new concession stand on the other side. But it doesn't address two things that I think that we should address. Number one, the visitor bleachers are overhanging 25 and overhanging the sidewalk right there. If you're by the putt-putt, those need to be redone. And then they are not centered in this plan as well, so they would need to be readjusted. I believe that was a cost of $250,000 for the new bleachers. Next is the concession stand on the, can you go to D, Matthew? Oh, you got the clicker, all right. See where we have the renovated bathrooms on the visitor side and the new visitor concessions? Well, what we thought when we left that meeting with the Joint Facility Committee is that new visitor concession is not needed. You're going to have a concession stand literally, I don't know, 100 feet away on the track to be able to go to, but the bathrooms are absolutely needed. I'm not sure if you've been to Harrisonville High School to watch a game in the past couple of years or 20 years, but those bathrooms are awful, and they have to be redone, period. If you're doing this work, you have to do those bathrooms. And so in my opinion, we look at the C, we add the bleachers for the visitor side, and we add the renovated bathrooms on the visitor side. We get rid of the concession stand, and that's it. Now that's a significant cost upgrade over what we did for our the other high schools as far as the fields went. This is a completely different project. You're building basically a brand new school, right? And so that would be my recommendation on what we take back to the commissioners. But I would certainly
back on C.
like to hear the rest of you guys' opinions. Please. So C gives us a renovated bathroom on the left side over there. You can see that's where the current bathrooms are and the concession stand. They would make that whole piece one solid bathroom. So I believe it was 10 women's stalls and 8 men's stalls. I think it's currently 2 and 2 or 3 and 3 in there right now, and you can't get a wheelchair in there. Then you have to build a new concession stand on the other side, basically where we took the bleachers away to kind of square up the field there, if you will. But like I said, C does not have the visitor bleachers. You can kind of see them, off kilter there on the bottom of the page, and then the visitors' bathrooms are not done in this one.
I don't think we could get away with not doing the bathrooms. Just the fact that they're not handicapped accessible. Right. I mean, are they just not supposed to go to the bathroom? What are they supposed to do while they're there? I mean, I know they've been doing it forever, but it doesn't make it right.
No, I took my son. We went to a game last year, I guess it was, and he's 6 years old, 5 years old. And of course, I gave him a Coke and some popcorn and watched the game. And yeah, go to the bathroom a lot. Well, standing in that line, I mean, we stood in that line at least half the football game, just waiting. Because of how many people are standing there, because you got the concessions, you got the bathrooms all kind of jammed up in one spot, and it's the only bathroom in the whole place, and you had 1,500 people there.
Yeah.
I like this plan, but I think we should do some stuff on the visitor side. That's what you're going to see coming down 25. That's what you see right now. You come down 25, coming into town, you're like, wow, awesome school. Then you got a fence that's leaning over, a bathroom doesn't work, and a visitor bleacher hanging over the sidewalk.
Do you recall what the cost of the visitors' bathrooms were around about?
I believe, I want to say $175.
We almost need an a la carte with the price.
We do, and we played that game for a while during the I keep forgetting what it's called, Joint Facility Committee, right? And we kept volleying back and forth. The real major cost between C and D is completely leveling that entire, it's not just the field, it's the entire property. And you're looking at a 2% grade, which doesn't seem like a lot. And I never knew this. Maybe that's why I was faster going that way than going that way when I was playing there. But it's 4 foot. And if we go out and dig 4 feet and then put a retaining wall halfway in between the track, all the way around, it was like $1.3 million difference just for that.
And no one's noticed it for
No.
100 years.
I went out there and I measured. I drove my truck out there on the track, which again is probably part of the problem why we're having so much on the tracks. I put my truck out there.
Exactly.
But anyway, I measured in 8 different spots. Now, again, this is an iPhone handy leveler, but it was pretty level in 8 different spots. And I know it's not a laser, but it looked, and they might be able to do some leveling.
And that's what they mentioned. You know, underneath the field, you have to put 8 inches of gravel underneath those turf fields for the drainage, right? And so they can backfill in some places, and they can make it deeper in others. You're not going to get rid of 4 foot of grade, but you could certainly make it less than 4 foot of grade. I don't think the field is 4 foot of grade. It's the property. That's another thing we have to think about. It's the property,
right?
Not that field. And so, you know, when looking at this and going through everything and trying to be, you know, fiscally responsible, but also really thinking about this school, let's get this thing done right. Let's move on to West. We've got a lot of stuff to do at East. We've got things that we need to do at North, and all of our middle schools and our elementary schools need windows and doors and HVACs and everything else. Let's go ahead and get this thing signed, sealed, and delivered, and let them know exactly what we're looking for and be partners with them if we need to, as far as the dollars go.
Mr. Raven, could I speak to that particular partnership piece? And again, while I'm not speaking for the Board of Commissioners, I was present at the meeting, and there was some discussion about whether or not they were prepared to take action at that time. And I think it's important that the board recognizes that they spent a great deal of time talking about the unknowns that are still in the construction, and remembering that this stadium work outside of the track and the turf are outside of the scope of that project. Right? And so recognizing any other element of that is a board request on top of that. They recognize that work that's being done on that campus still has a lot of uncertainties about it. And so making determinations about what investment they would be willing to offer or not was something that they recognized they had to pay very close attention to. So again, not speaking for the Board of Commissioners in any respect, but trying to recap that conversation and acknowledging that there's still construction that's going on in the area that is maybe of most uncertainty, right? The Stillwell building and the work that's being done there. And then affirming that the previous commitment was made as it related to the turf and the track. And so as we have a discussion around those elements, and I think it's important that we understand what our level of investment would be as it relates to any desired option on behalf of the board.
I want to speak a little bit on that. I knew about what the commissioners have spent for the other 3 high schools, and I look at this, and I went to Hendersonville. So y'all are like, oh wait, you're pro Hendersonville, but you know, I want to also, I don't want us to come up with a number and then go to the commissioners and they say, well, you didn't think. I mean, I'm trying to put myself in both positions to see, and to be fair, the commissioners, we're like children of the commissioners in this aspect. You know, we have 4 high schools. We need to be treated equally. So I would say the turf, I mean, even if they don't have the money from Stillwell, it doesn't matter. It's fair for this school to have turf. It's fair for this school to have a rubberized track. That's what they did for the other schools. Now, there's going to have to be some shifting. To me, it's fair that they, and you also can't have the bleachers sitting over the track, the home bleachers. And it's fair that when you shift the track, the lighting. But after that, I think it's fair for the school board to pick up the rest. If we want to renovate the bathrooms, The commissioners didn't do that for the other schools. And then correct me if I'm wrong, and if we wanted new home concessions, commissioners didn't do that for the other schools. If we wanted to reconfigure the visitor bleachers, they didn't do that for the other schools. That needs to be on our ticket. If they want to do the visitor concessions, the visitor bathrooms, all that needs to be on us, and we need to decide as a board what we want to do. But if we look at what's fair, and it doesn't matter if Stillwell takes up all the money or not, and it doesn't matter where I went to school or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is what they do to Hendersonville, they do to East, they do to West, they do to North. And that was they made turf, and they made a rubberized track, and in doing so with the lines or whatever, the shifting or whatever, they need to do the bleachers and they need to do the lights. And whatever that cost is what needs to be. And after that, we need to figure out as a board how we're going to pay for the rest, what we decide to do. But we should expect the commissioners to come up for that, in my opinion.
Well, and that was some of the conversation that I was at that meeting. That was some of the conversation that they had. And one of the commissioners kept trying to get Brian from Vinoy to, how far are you into the Stillwell building? Is there money to play with? Because there's contingent money that's out there, but I mean, they're nowhere near where they need to be in that building to be able to say, oh, we're free of, whatever could go crazy out there. I mean, they can find all kinds of stuff in there.
Excuse me, and that's what one of the commissioners did say is, when I was talking to some of them, and they were like, well, let's wait till October and let's see how much money there is. And I'm like, okay, but that doesn't matter. You need to do what's fair. And it doesn't matter what school this is. Take the name off of it. I mean, you need to do what you did with one school with what you do with the other. But we don't need to ask as a board for more. That's not fair either on our side.
Agreed. Now, it is more expensive to do this, like Plan A or B. That is the equivalent of what the other schools got because of escalation, the sewer.
That's not our problem. I mean, they could have allowed us the same money and invested it or whatever for the year. Doesn't matter. I mean, we need not we, but the board should ask, in my opinion, for a rubberized track, no matter how much it costs. And they also, in the meeting, they said they can't just resurface it like they did at the other schools.
Right.
This is layer upon layer upon layer upon layer. It's more expensive. It is not the school board's fault that they gave the schools, each school's, let's just say $1 million 2 years ago to do this, and all of a sudden now it costs more.
Right.
That's not our fault.
Right. Yeah, I was just pointing that out, just that like our A or B at 2.2, 2.1, whatever, is almost the same as what the other schools got. I was just pointing that out. I agree.
Yeah.
I was just going to say major donors are welcome if we want to name this e-golf stadium.
Sure, absolutely.
No.
No, absolutely. I think what we need to do is have a united front on what we want for that property, and then be willing to work within our either our MRTS money, which we have a couple $1 million sitting there, and our fund reserves to make up the balance to get this project right so we can get done with our other projects, in my opinion. And if the commissioners could come along and, call it $2.5 million and we put up $1 million, I think we can make this work and we can all be done with it.
What are the projects that we could use for ESSER funds? Can you tell us about that a little bit? I mean, I know it has nothing to do with this, but money that we plan to spend anyway that's in the Mr. T budget.
In the current Mr. T budget, I'm not aware of any that would be ESSER eligible.
22, 23.
Yeah.
As we look out beyond that, we could put a list together for the board to look at.
So we know there's Chromebooks. We know we have several HVAC projects, I believe, that are in the books that are clearly ESSER related.
Right.
And I think that's where we can reappropriate some dollars, where the federal dollars are going to come in. There's no local dollars being spent, more local dollars being spent than what we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just reimagining those dollars, and they're being our coffers are being refilled by the federal dollars coming in.
So would you suggest that we take that out of fund balance for the time being? Because And I would urge the commissioners, like, this decision needed to be made yesterday. We've got to make this decision and get it done in order to get this turned back over.
I would like to see it come out of the MRTS money, to be honest, because first of all, they already have it. Because it's money they haven't released to us, correct?
That's correct.
So they've got $2 million that they haven't released to us for our MRTS money.
So we wouldn't do those projects
Yeah, we
this
could
year?
continue those. Talk to us about the West Henderson project and
So,
how
for
that's going.
example, if you're going to consider the maintenance, repair, technology, and security money, and West Henderson High School has a $2 million placeholder associated with it, right? It would require us to do a tremendous amount of advanced planning work and otherwise, because it's new construction eligible that we talk about in enclosing that campus. We know that work needs to be done. I think certainly from a staff perspective and a board perspective, we're not talking about not doing it. We're talking about recognizing with what we currently have on our plate, if that project were to be moved a year out or otherwise, then the board could consider the reallocation of those dollars or a discussion associated with it. Ultimately, I think as Mr. Craven's mentioning, the board's talking about, there has to be some consideration between what's outside of the scope and it's a Board of Education preference, and then indicating what this board's willing to choose to earmark for that. And if those things are priorities so that they can be worked through in that way, that we have to acknowledge where those dollars would be coming from.
I think what we had talked about before is that you guys know once we get into a construction project, how long it takes to actually go from, yes, we're going to start building this, to actually moving dirt.
Right.
The construction documents, the architects, everything that we have to do. So we can still have that going on, have the engineering, have all the construction docs, get everybody in line, ready to go next July, drop the check on it if that's what we needed to do. If that's not going to work, then this board set a recommendation of $3.5 million for our fund balance. We are at, Bernie, currently? Whoa, sorry.
We'll be around $4 million at the end of this year.
So, I mean, it wouldn't be ideal to take it out of fund balance.
But, so I'm kind of confused then. So our MRTS money for this year is already allocated and we're going to use that. If we're not going to borrow it from fund balance for a future year, where are we going to actually get those funds? Because they're not going to do it and wait a year or two. I'm missing something. Clearly it's me.
So currently the West Henderson project is one of the only projects on the current MRTS that has not been started at all. So in terms of if the board were to decide to reallocate those funds, that project hasn't gone to bid, there's no construction work associated with it, so essentially all those funds are unencumbered.
Is that this year though?
That's correct.
Oh, okay, so it's this year. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we would be able to take a couple $100,000 to start that process. It takes months to get that processes going and get everything lined up for next July for when the new MRTS money, the new fiscal year pops off, to have those funds ready to start the West Henderson project. But the MRTS cash that we have remaining, we could certainly slide to another direction.
When does Harrisonville plan to play on this deal?
Well, I would
Depends on
imagine.
what option we choose.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they would love to play on it when everything is done next August. We're going to be completely done with the school next August, right? If we don't get started on this fairly soon, then it's another year.
Like soon, like
a month.
Yeah, that's what they were saying from the construction company and the architects is like, we needed a decision yesterday.
Yeah.
So we've got to wrap it and make the move.
Yes, Mr. Bridges.
On Plan D,
Yeah.
what was the reasoning behind the retaining wall?
So the retaining wall, there is a 2% grade from, call it the Boyd parking lot up to Bearcat Boulevard. That 2% grade equated to 4 foot of actual distance of height. There's not enough room for what they're saying for us to backfill it, so we would have to put a retaining wall to make sure that the road and that fence that's right there in Bearcat Boulevard doesn't fall down into it. One of the problems with that is that you block off that entrance. Now you only have one entrance, which is the Boyd side. And it's like $1.3 million just to dig that dirt out and put that rock wall up there. Then you got a retaining wall around your track. I don't know. I'm not sure I've ever seen a retaining wall around a track. But anyways, that's the expense, and they said there's no way they could do that in less than like a year.
It seems to me like the board, maybe I'm just looking at this wrong. It seems to me like the board should just try to agree on what should be done, and then what they cost is what they cost, and that's what we ask for. We're talking about MRTS and this and that, and I mean, let's just decide. I would think we just need to decide together what we want to do, and whatever it costs is what we ask for.
There you go.
So if I say the turf, the track, bleachers, and lights, let's have comment. What am I missing? What, am I adding too much? What do y'all feel?
Put that back to C, please.
I just feel that's
I think it's that. Fix the visitor bleachers, fix the visitor bathroom, and that's it.
As far as their responsibility or our responsibility?
No, just period. You said come up with a plan on what we want. That's what you want. You want that with brand new visitor bleachers that are off the road and the renovated visitor bathroom.
I was actually not considering the visitor bleachers. I was considering getting the home bleachers off the track.
But you have to do that.
Because you have to. I was figuring when you shift the field to do whatever, adjusting the lights, and I was figuring a new rubberized track, and I was figuring a turf field, which is what they've done to the rest, and whatever those 4 items cost.
That's A or B, Mr. Egolf. So that would be either A or B. So when you mention it, the only difference between those two is the field shifted down or is it just shifted to safe, right? So A is we just moved the stadium field off the track. B is you move the stadium field and you center it inside of the track. And as Mr. Craven was saying, that just simply offsets it based on the bleachers. So if you're just mentioning those 4 things, that's A or B.
There's something on C that I thought.
C fix the home bleachers.
C would be addressing restroom facilities, concession facilities, and then reconfiguring the bleachers to center them with the field, right? And I think
because I figured that with the shifting in the field, so it'd be all of B with shifting bleachers is what I thought would be fair.
Shifting the home bleachers.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with that.
And the field events would be shifted down too.
We'll actually be able to use them in both end zones at that particular time now. Instead of down that, so we do it down in that corner down there where those little trailers are. That's where they're doing all their stuff right now. We would be able to do them. They rubberize the D zones, and you'd be able to do them all in the, right past the end zones. That's what our other high schools do.
I mean, I think you have to do that to make it right.
Yeah, you do.
Otherwise, it's not right. It's not right. And I don't want to spend $60 million on a school.
And then cheap out on the last $250,000 bleachers that are hanging over there.
Right.
It's like,
right.
Just get it done.
And I wish we knew how much those 4 or 5 items were.
So the most expensive item is going to be reconfiguring your home bleachers, for sure. They're cutting off 2.5, I believe it was, 2.5 bleachers sections,
yes.
And then you're adding 2.5 to the Bearcat Boulevard side. Renovate the bathroom. That new home concession stand was expensive, and that's something I think we could definitely work on. Renovating the visitor bathrooms wasn't terrible. You just get rid of the concessions, you make more bathrooms in there. And then the bleachers, I do remember, was $250,000 for a brand new set of bleachers. There's actually 2 sets of bleachers there, and they would get rid of both of those.
So what would happen with, say that we do this and we borrow the MRTS money, and then we move west into next year, like we start working on it and getting the drawings and getting all that done because that's the bulk of it anyway. What the next year are we going to be putting off by doing that, or are we going to be able to spend ESSER funds on some predicted MRTS building?
I think that depends, but we certainly could present to the board all the construction projects that would be up to you for consideration. So as you know, we've gone through the MRTS work on a 2-year cycle every time and sort of looking at the full scope. So as we analyze what is eligible for ESSER or not, what's in MRTS or not, what are the board's priorities over the next 2 years, you'd be able to evaluate all of those things.
Okay.
What's in the West project?
It would essentially be creating a front door. If you think about the way, literally, is West Henderson doesn't really have a front door. It would be encompassing a new administrative office area. It would encapsulate that courtyard area, and it would free up classroom space in the campus. But it would create a secured campus entry, which they do not have right now. As we talk about kind of safety and security, you can essentially just walk into the middle of that campus, as you well know, up the breezeway into the cafeteria area or into the auditorium lobby. And so it'd be new construction that would create a front door for the campus.
You know what I could...
For putting that off.
Yeah, not putting, exactly. And we don't necessarily have to put it off. You can use fund balance. I mean, you can use fund balance however you want. I think what you need to think about this is in different cycles as far as ESSER goes, right? There are certain things that we can pay for, like, say, the computers are purely an ESSER type technology type expense that could be used with federal dollars instead of local dollars, period. You want to change out HVACs. There's a lot of different things that we looked at 5 things on the ESSER funds, but there's a lot more, and we need to dig into it a little bit more once the federal government and the state follows through with what you can actually spend those dollars on. But I think you just can't cheap on this project at the end. Just get it done and let's move on to the next one.
I agree. I'm going to be honest. I have heartburn about putting school safety off to reconfigure bleachers. I think that's hugely important. And I also think that with this Mr. T money, that we presented that to the commissioners in a format, and they agreed to, it wasn't putting, raising taxes, but it wasn't, it was dedicating, I think it was 4 cents to
3 cents.
3 cents. Oh, that's right. I don't want to. And then 2 cents to the college. That's right. In order so that we can get projects done. This was not part of that. So it gives me a little bit of heartburn to say, well, you know, we've got this allocated. Now I want to slide this in here, and we're adding something to that. I don't have a problem pulling out, like you're saying, Chromebooks and air conditioning stuff we can use the ESSER funds for, because that's what it can be used for. So my thought would be to pull that money out of fund balance for whatever that is, a year, 18 months.
And refill those coffers. I mean, that's fine by me. I think the only thing I'm really concerned about are these bathrooms. Those, because on A and B, the bathrooms are not done. Those bathrooms are disgusting.
Yep.
And they have to be done.
And we can't get handicapped people in them. I mean, we can't do that. We have to redo them. I agree.
That's the only thing that I really worry about.
I mean, I want to do this stuff for sure. I definitely support it. I just think.
However we pay for it, we pay for it.
So where are we?
Yeah, exactly. Nowhere closer.
Well, I agree with Ms. Case. I don't think we could put off the West safety.
No, absolutely not.
So if it does mean going to fund balance and...
While we're spending money, John, what are we doing for the classrooms to get filters and to get some air in our classrooms for this, what we're going to be facing?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. So a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past 16 months was making sure that the systems that we have are operating at the optimum space that they do. But as we've mentioned to you, there are lots of opportunities for us to consider to think about how we might upgrade those systems with those same dollars to increase ventilation, air circulation. We talk about the building envelope. Windows has been a conversation of this board for a considerable amount of time. We have situations in our school communities where windows are not even operable, right? We don't even have the ability to open a window to the outside. So we're evaluating all of those elements, and just as Ms. Holt is mentioning, that those are part of our initiatives for future spends on that.
If we spend it all, where does that money come from?
I don't hear us saying that we would be spending those. I think that's the conversation that we'd be presenting to you as part of the ESSER 3. As we've mentioned, we haven't submitted application for the use of any of that money yet. We've simply presented an overview for it so the board would be able to identify those projects. Yes, ma'am. To Dr. Revis's question, though, I think it would be helpful for this group to ultimately, if we're making a recommendation back to the Board of Commissioners, I hear us, or at least correct me if I'm wrong, I hear us affirming that there is a portion of this that the Board of Commissioners commits to. And this board sees some priorities outside of that we're willing to identify a funding source at some point, non-binding, as Mr. Campbell likes to remind me, right? To determine the a la carte elements. But I hear us talking about the restrooms and the bleachers and being able to affirm what those costs would be before fund balance was allocated.
Sure.
Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And so to go back to the Board of Commissioners, that I would be able to communicate to the county manager that where we stand right now is a request to proceed with this project based on a recognition that the Board of Commissioners investment might be the turf, the track, the lights, and the bleachers. And then we would work the other priorities of the project.
There you go.
Is that what I hear?
That includes reconfigure the bleachers because there are
home, right? We're not talking about the visitor.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Because first we take them off the field, but then we have to also shift them down. I think if you do that, the whole.
Yes, sir.
That was a thumbs up for those that.
All right, that was a lot. Any other discussion on this? You know what you got to do?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on. We're going to go straight to return to learn. You want to go from the bottom up?
Return to learn, if you don't mind.
Let's
yes,
go.
Sir. Absolutely.
Here we go.
At some point, I'll mention that I don't start the slide deck the exact same way, but as you well know, we start the slide deck the exact same way every single time. And we start by looking at the local health information provided by Harvard Global Health Institute, looking at that 7-day rolling average as it relates to conditions in our specific community. As I shared with the board on August 2nd, we look at this data as it stands right now, tracking all the way back from April. Specifically, you can see where that data is as of August 22nd. Again, August 7th, if you were to look at what its most recent reporting, which is Sunday of this week, August 8th, that data point is 25.4. So again, that's a number of cases in a community. We acknowledge and talk about that trend data moving in exactly the wrong direction since the start of our year-round school schedules. The Department of Health and Human Service previously had been providing a county alert system report, and you'll note in the bottom right-hand corner the dates of that particular work. This is what it looked like in June. This is what it looked like late June, June 24. Here's where we were when we last met, July 22nd. They had not updated it at that point beyond this particular space. And beginning August 2nd, DHHS, in fact, went away from the county alert system graphic. They now utilize the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC's prevention of COVID-19 community transmission map. And again, this is a map that's updated daily and is interactive. It looks at percent positivity, and it also talks about levels of transmission by county. Specifically in this case, when you look at the time period of Saturday, July 31st through Friday, August the 6th, it shows Henderson County, which hopefully you can see is highlighted in this picture. This is the map right off of their website, is in the high transmission area of the 4 categories that are listed there. You also note that that condition is a condition that is similar to what we're seeing across the state of North Carolina at this time.
Let me ask one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Now, is that just the graphics or the color? But is like the state of Tennessee and the state of South Carolina and all that, are they the same color? Because like you look up to Virginia, you got some yellow.
Yes, sir. You can see red across the southeast if you were to look at it state by state. I intentionally highlighted just North Carolina and was looking at just Henderson County. But as you look at those depressed colors, those colors are across the region. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. In addition to that information, since August the 2nd, we have been reporting our COVID dashboard data. That's available to the public. It is reported the business day after, so by 9 a.m. each following day. This is a discussion point for us as it relates to how we are operating in our individual school communities. And I want to share and remind the board the way in which we utilized this data point last year. Was this a way for parents to understand what was taking place in an individual school, not just the school system as a whole? So what happens when we talk about a COVID positive in any school community? You would receive a call from your school principal or administrator that says that we had a positive case among a student or staff or multiple students and staff, and then it would be reported to the dashboard previously. You'll remember that we actually suspended this dashboard in late June when transmission was at 0 in our community. So we sunsetted the dashboard for summer learning. It didn't exist early in the month of July. And as we started to have cases in our year-round schools, Bruce Drysdale and HES, those calls were going out, but we felt it was really important to keep the community aware of what was taking place in the schools. Now, before the meeting started today, as we were preparing this, we were looking at 19 total cases in 2 school environments. That was 15 students, 4 staff. As we stand right now in this particular space, we've had 5 additional cases today. We have 19 students, and we have 5 total staff associated with that. So when you look at the reporting, and again, we may learn more, but we have additional reports that would be going out today to those respective communities, and there are positive cases in both Bruce Drysdale and HES that we would be reported to those school communities today. Okay? When we talk about what the expectations could be associated with that, we've seen this slide before. We talk about what this is. It is about us communicating with our individual families, understanding what information can be shared and what information cannot. One of the hardest questions that we often have to respond to is that bottom right-hand corner, where people want an immediate detail of who the individual might be associated with it, especially as it relates to their own individual child or class or otherwise. We don't share personally health identifiable information, but the health department is committed to providing contact tracing directly to folks who are affected or determined to be a close contact. And again, we've said it repeatedly, but the folks that work in partnership with us at the health department cannot be celebrated enough. They have one of the most challenging jobs in supporting our school system operations. Our school nurses are often the ones who are having to deliver the most difficult news, which is that your child maybe has tested positive or is now determined to be a close contact or has symptoms and now has to go home. Those are not welcome conversations right now, and oftentimes they're very difficult conversations. I wish I could stand in front of every one of our school nurses as they have to deliver that news, because they are often the ones that receive that frustration, that challenge, and that anger, especially when you might be told that your child has to quarantine for 14 days, when we talk about what that means for a close contact. So again, the bottom right there, we don't immediately close schools when we have positive cases. What I think is helpful to understand, and I think it was Ms. Caskey that asked me this last time and I wanted to share it. So we're talking about 19 and 5. So we had 19 student cases, 5 adult cases, staff affected. That's essentially, when we look at that number, I was an English teacher, I wasn't a math teacher, but I think that number's 24, right? So we talk about 24 as being the operational number in approximately 30 days of school. Our year-over-year data from when we had been in school for 30 days for those 2 places, HES had 4 student cases, 1 adult case. BDS had 5 student cases and 2 staff cases. So again, you can see kind of the difference between those data sets. And again, I know that that was a question specifically that you had about when we had returned to face-to-face. So from February to March, again, you're looking at 9 student cases, 3 adult cases, and here we are at 19 and 5.
But I will also say this. I think also at that time previously, you had a mask mandate in everywhere. To go into Ingalls, you had to wear a mask. To go into Walmart, you had to wear a mask. So now you don't, but you do at school. So I would anticipate there'd be more cases if you only wear a mask from 8 to 3.
Potentially, yes, sir. I just wanted to provide that data point to the board because
just as long as everybody knows that there was a difference in outside of school as well, because that's what frustrates me is what happens after 3.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you also remind us, or you may not remember, when did DHHS lift the mask mandate for outdoors? Because for a good part of the year, they were wearing masks outside too.
We will look into that real. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that that was the point, Ms. Holt, and members of the board, where we were able to do activities outside. Students were able to be outside. It wasn't required for recess. I don't remember the date off the top of my head.
I want to say it was March or April, but I don't know.
Right. The one note that I would, yes, sir, no problem. Absolutely. You would not be the first person to leave when I was talking. That would be fine. I'm used to it. Just ask Lisa Bryant. So associated with that, I just go back to the COVID dashboard one more time, because the other question that we get asked, and we'll talk about this a little bit later as we get into the quarantining guidance, is of those individuals who have been identified as positive cases, how many resulting quarantines has that been associated with? And so specifically for those students that we're talking about up to this point, we're talking about 44 other students who have been quarantined as a result of that in the current conditions, okay? That's not students who have chosen to stay out or are symptomatic or are absent for any reason. We're talking directed quarantines by the health department associated with those. Remembering, again, that's a contact tracing period that goes on, and that's 44 who are in addition to the students who tested positive.
And talk to us about those quarantining guidelines now. So if they both have a mask on, how many days do they have to quarantine?
Yes, sir. I'd be glad to do so. If I could work through a couple of these, because I've got those.
Can
Yes,
you
sir.
also, while you're there, tell us how many staff have had to quarantine? Do you know that number, or is that 44 including staff members?
I'll double check that number.
Okay.
But I know that I was looking specifically at students related to that in that condition. Remembering, again, there are a whole series of exceptions for staff.
Oh, that's true.
So for
They're
example,
vaccinated or not, yeah.
yes, ma'am. Those can be a little bit different for us. So I'll work through the quarantining if you'll stop me when I get to that one, Mr. Craven. But remembering, again, the Strong Schools Toolkit, this is the information that was presented to you at the August 2 meeting, and we talked a lot about what this was designed to do. The toolkit changed. It became a different resource for school systems when it became effective on July the 30th at 5 p.m. They revised guidance. They revised the format of it and the condition of it. I won't walk through every one of those pages, but I do think it's important to, again, remind the board and the public who might be participating in the meeting what is the most significant way in which the toolkit changed. And most significantly, it changed all of the required statements to shoulds and coulds. In effect, and again, affirming from DPI and DHHS, that while these would be strong recommendations or recommendations for consideration, they were no longer requirements for school system operations. They gave local boards of education the opportunity to make decisions about what that might do. So in this particular space, it has been intended, and again, this language is directly from the toolkit, it's not drafted by a school administration here, is it does say that it's been updated to provide school leaders with greater flexibility in the implementation of layered prevention strategies. We've heard conversation around that we should continue to consult with the local public health officials for input on community transmission and vaccine uptake to make localized decisions. And again, we are in regular communication with our health department and our medical leaders. We should continue to maintain different plans. That last slide has remained the same again since July of 2020, that we are required to be thinking fluidly, that conditions can change. We learned that very, very clearly in March of 2020. What it also notes very specifically is that the strategies that should be implemented at all schools are listed in that way, and they acknowledge that if those are not implemented, they create conditions for high risk of exposure and spread, and that the strong advice of the toolkit is that school leaders adopt all of the strategies in the should sections. This board will remember in our August 2 meeting, we went through every single one of those. We walked through every single sentence that stated should. And we'll get to a slide in a moment about which things we elected not to operate with and have discussion in that space. Additionally, this line directly from the toolkit, if a school or a school system, better yet, does not require all individuals to wear a mask, they should ensure a layered mitigation strategy, including physical distancing, ventilation, hand hygiene, adequate access to diagnostic and screening testing, and closely monitor for increases in cases. So that sentence stands out based on that. So of that entire list of should, what was selected to not happen in our current school system? Bullet 1, of course, not requiring folks to wear a face covering consistently when indoors. Face coverings become optional effective August 23rd. Bullet 2, we do not require staff, teachers, and support staff to report their current vaccination status. We do not require student or staff and teachers who are unvaccinated or choose not to disclose that status to participate in any kind of screening or testing program, and we have not incorporated a screening or testing program along those lines. I want to revisit bullets 3 and 4 one more time. The Department of Public Instruction and DHHS have asked school systems to let them know if they're interested in knowing more about utilizing a third-party vendor if you ever chose to go in that direction. We have done so. Based on the response rate across the state, we've not received any information back yet to that effect, that they're working on it. So there isn't an option for us necessarily, but this board might consider at some point whether or not you wanted to contract with someone to provide diagnostic or screening and testing that could be available to the school system, whether that were for teachers, staff, or students, or the like. So in those respects, again, just want to revisit that because those are the current conditions as they stand right now. And again, I emphasize the board's decision on August 2nd to give consideration to face coverings being an optional, not taking effect till the 23rd. So that's where we stand right now. Specifically within the toolkit, and this is getting to Mr. Craven's conversation, and the question is, so how does this relate to quarantining guidance and the impact in our school system operationally and otherwise? There are 3 exceptions for quarantining guidance as it stands right now. Remembering again that our partners at the health department are the ones who adjudicate quarantine. That doesn't come from a school administrator. It doesn't come from the school central office. What we do is adhere to the quarantining guidance that they provide. So if they direct someone to quarantine for 7 days, for 10 days, or for 14 days, that's the expectation that we have in the school environment. And so remembering close contact for a quarantine, so someone who's not a positive case, but close contact, within 6 feet for at least 15 minutes cumulatively over a 24-hour period. That's very important. Okay? The exceptions to that are individuals who are fully vaccinated. So, Ms. Holt, to your point, a staff member may not necessarily have to quarantine, even if they've been determined to be a close contact, if they're fully vaccinated and they do not have any symptoms, so asymptomatic. They highly recommend that those individuals still get tested, though. And so after 3 to 5 days after exposure, they encourage those folks to wear a face covering and then take a test in order to receive a negative result to affirm that. 2 other categories who can be exempt from quarantining: people who have tested positive within the past 3 months, recovered, and do not have symptoms. And remember, that word is people, so you're talking about students and staff related to that from a quarantining standpoint. And then students who are not fully vaccinated after a close contact in other school settings where masks are being worn appropriately and consistently by both the person who tests positive and the potentially exposed person do not need to quarantine. And so with those exceptions in mind, I think it's helpful to go back to the slides that were presented to us by the health department specifically. And so these were constructed just as a way of saying, so how is it that we understand how these determinations are made? And again, these particular slides were built by the health department, and so I'm going to walk through them and make sure I answer any questions that you might have about how they're applied to these conditions.
Can I ask a question first? When we had Crystal Odell here with Steve Smith, she was talking about that they're now going back 3 days for this 15-minute exposure. I understood it to be 15 minutes over 72 hours. Did she mean 15 minutes for 24 hours each day, or they're going beyond what is required by the CDC, 15 minutes and 24 hours?
I would hate to put words in her mouth or suggest which, but we will gladly get clarification on what that is.
Okay.
When we talk about how a close contact is defined in the toolkit, it's 15 minutes or greater than 15 minutes cumulatively within a 24-hour period.
Okay, and
So-
I guess she could have meant that, but they're looking at 3 days prior.
And they may be, and I'd be glad to get clarification
Okay,
on that.
thank
Again,
you.
I wouldn't want to speak.
Because I interpret that to mean once you hit that 15 minutes to 24 hours, it doesn't matter. Over 15.
Right, but if it meant 15 minutes over 72 hours, it would be completely different. Like, because on day whatever, my daughter might not have had contact with someone for 15 minutes. It might have been 5 or 10.
5 minutes for 3 days.
Right. That's what I understood. But I'm now that we've gone through everything and I've read more, I think I might have understood it wrong. She might have just been looking for 15 minutes in 24 hours, 3 different days. So
we'll get clarification on that and
Yeah,
provide that information.
I think it was not knowing the exact date of testing positive that was confusing. So even though they might have been tested positive on Wednesday, it might have been Monday where they actually.
Right.
I think that's where that confusion with that 72 hours is, because I was confused with
So they were going back maybe to Monday to see if it had been 15 minutes.
We don't know when the infection date was, because I was confused about that.
Okay.
And one of the challenging things, again, I think we're just acknowledging how difficult this work is.
Absolutely.
Right? How much grace we have to show the people that are doing this work, and understanding through that process. But to that point, that often is one of the most confusing factors when someone is actually quarantined, because you have to track back to the time of exposure, right? At what point were you determined to be a close contact? Was that 3 days ago? Was that 5 days ago, or otherwise? And then building a quarantining period from there. But they tried to build a graphic for us that would help us understand kind of the conditions that are ultimately present, and then us deciding what that means for us operationally. Specifically, you look at the top line, what I like to call the students in red are positive cases. The students in yellow are their classmates. Specifically, a quarantining would work this way. You have a positive test in a classroom, and that exposure is greater than 15 minutes, but both the individual who tests positive and the individual who is determined to be a close contact are wearing a face covering properly and consistently. There's no quarantining of the student who is not the positive case.
Dr. Bryant.
Yes, sir.
Who makes these decisions? The school nurse or the teacher or the administration?
So the health department builds the guidance. The school nurse is the one that communicates the quarantining. Absolutely. So if you think about the school nurse and the staff from the health department, they're the investigators. So they work in collaboration with the teachers. They work in collaboration with students. They work in collaboration with families as we work through that. But ultimately, the health department is the determining factor. Yes, sir. Second example you see there is if you have a student who tests positive who's wearing a face covering, but the student who is determined to be a close contact is not, then you're going to quarantine any student who is not within 6 feet. All right, so that's within 6 feet plus 15 minutes. The bottom graphic is the obvious one. Student who tests positive, no face covering. Student who's determined to be a close contact, no face covering. Again, you're quarantining all the students within 6 feet. So operationally, what does that mean in terms of shortened quarantine exposures and how that might work? Remembering, again, the student in yellow is a close contact, okay? Student in yellow would be a classmate who is determined to be a close contact. If that student is wearing a face covering but has a negative test and no symptoms, then they are quarantined for 7 days from the date of exposure. So again, if that had been 3 days ago, maybe they're only quarantining for 4, and then they can return on day 8. If the student's wearing a face covering and they don't take a test, but they have no symptoms, then they're quarantined for 10 days. They can return after day 11. If they're not wearing a face covering and they have a negative test, it's 14 days. If they are not wearing a face covering and there is no test, it's 14 days. Yes, ma'am.
Is it okay if I just stop you here? I just
Of course.
need a little bit of clarification. So if all children in the room are wearing a mask, someone tests positive, no quarantine.
If all children are wearing a face covering
Properly.
consistently and properly,
There's
then
no-
in the classroom setting, there would be no quarantinings according to the guidance from the health department. That's correct.
Okay, so with masks being optional as of the start of the school year, isn't it possible that we could have a carousel of kids quarantining, coming back for a few days, quarantining, coming back for a few days?
Certainly. Absolutely.
So we could have a student who could miss basically 3/4 of a school year.
We have students that could miss extended periods of time repeatedly. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. Wow. Will the board be apprised of the number of students quarantined each week, along with data showing the number of children who've missed more than 10 days, more than 20 days, more than 30 days?
We certainly can do that. Just as an example, I talked about the number of students who had been quarantined up until this point. So remember, we talked about 44. If all of those students, remembering again, our current conditions are such that all those students are wearing face coverings because that's the condition in these two environments. But if we were to say that all those students weren't, that would be 616 days of quarantine for those kids, for those students. So when we start talking about asking us to track that as a data point, Ms. Caskey, we certainly will be doing so. Every quarantine window is going to be different based on the circumstance and the situation. I do want to be clear about that piece of it. It isn't automatically 7 days or automatically 14 or automatically 10. It does depend on the circumstance and the situation. I'll use, for example, a high school age student. High school age students are vaccine eligible. And if one of those students were to participate in the vaccination effort and chose to do so and they felt like that was best for their family, then that student would be one of those exceptions that you see related to that. So I think it's important to understand you're talking about all groups of students and thinking about them in both those spaces, but we certainly are going to be tracking that as a data point.
Okay, so here's the million-dollar question. At what point does it become educationally unsound to trade mask wearing for being out of school on quarantine all this time?
Well, expecting that you're probably not asking me that question rhetorically, right? I would say...
well, my heart's thumping.
Amen. Yes, ma'am. What I would say to you is I think everybody who's in education knows that a child being in school every day, all day, is the best circumstance for that child, and it's the best circumstance for their family.
Please, let us finish. Let us finish. Thank you.
Pre-COVID, we've spent a lot of time talking about the importance of being at school, right? And we've spent a great deal of time making sure that that is the priority that we have, attendance and presence and being able to support that. So it is concerning to us any circumstance by which children would be out of school for extended periods of time.
Could this possibly cause students to have to repeat a school year if they are missing such large periods of classroom time?
I think in any of the adverse situations that we talk about, whether you talk about retention, whether you talk about not achieving course credit, when you start talking about students who are not in school, that's going to be a concern for any kind of academic progress.
Okay, thank you. And I so appreciate your patience.
Oh, absolutely. I'm here as long as you need me to be. Yes, ma'am.
I have another question. So why are the kids that are wearing masks quarantined at all? Like in 1 and 2? Like if they're known to have a mask on, why are they quarantining?
Again, I'm sharing the slide deck with you that comes from the health department associated with those current spaces. So, for example, I'll use a condition that can occur. Child's wearing a face covering all day. This happens right now. They're wearing it consistently all day. They're wearing it properly all day. And then they sit next to a child at lunch when they're not not wearing it. Now, you might say, well, my child's been wearing a face covering all day. But in that period of time, you were not wearing a face covering. And you may have been in there for 30 minutes and you were more than 15 minutes exposed to another student that's test positive. And so we have circumstances by which, again, children are being quarantined at Bruce Drysdale and HES, and the expectation right now is that all children wear face coverings. So there are conditions that they are not wearing them where that's the case, and I think we have to understand that that's part of that as well.
So, I mean, but they're not really, I mean, they have the face coverings there, but they're not really wearing a face covering. Am I correct? When they're exposed, they're not wearing one. Like, why wouldn't they be a 14-day quarantine? Because they were exposed at lunch or on the playground, or that's what confuses me. I'm sure it confuses parents as well.
And again, I'd be glad to get the clarifications.
Okay.
The slide deck that I'm sharing with you is the one the health department uses for communication. They presented to us on the 2nd. So I just want to make sure that I'm being accurate with what they presented to us.
Okay.
Are they required to wear face coverings outside?
No, sir, that's not the condition right now.
John, all this quarantine information is somewhere on the website, or where can parents get that?
So we're going to be adding this information to our website as part of the information to parents. This was just presented to us last week as it relates to this. The current guidance can be found on the CDC's webpage as it relates to how health departments are recommended to operate. So we could take a look there. And we've also updated some of our flow charts associated with that as well in this case.
Okay, and can teachers are following the same quarantine deal, right?
Yes, ma'am. But again, depending on the condition for the adult individual, it may be different, right? If you're vaccine eligible, sometimes quarantine doesn't apply to you at all unless you're symptomatic.
May I ask a question?
Eligible or had the vaccine?
Well, you have had the vaccine. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
So, I know we have masks, and that's one layer of protection, and I feel very strongly about. But we also have other layers of protection, such as the diligent hand washing and sanitizing high-touch surfaces and air quality, et cetera. Are we still being diligent with those things, as diligent as we were last spring, in your opinion?
Yes, ma'am. I think we can always be more diligent, though, because
I think we've got to.
Absolutely. I would say very candidly, and I've shared this with many parents, the summer felt very different than the spring felt. We all saw case numbers in our community come to almost the bottom of the floor. There was a high level of comfort. We were, when you think about summer learning and the level of engagement that took place in those spaces, what we also recognize is that the data is trending in the wrong direction again. Exactly. And so when we start talking about creating conditions where we socially distance as much as possible, or that we encourage, rigorous attention to hand washing and hygiene and those types of issues, what I can say is I don't think we can ever attend to those things enough. So when we emphasize that with our school administrators and our school community, we certainly will be doing so, Dr. Revis.
We have reordered all this safety, hand washing and everything, and it's in our schools for the 23rd and in Bruce Drysdale and Henderson Elementary now.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Are the custodians still going in and spraying the rooms down, in between?
One of the things that we've been doing is reinstituting all of those practices moving forward, because again, where we left school and where we are now is different again. And so recognizing our reaffirmation to those elements is part of our moving forward.
Well, and I think that we can also see that, we successfully had 6 weeks, right, of summer school?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct? Yeah. At almost, it was every site.
Every location.
And we did not have what's going on now. And the same practices were, in fact, kids were going on field trips for, periods of times and being in, whatever location and not having their masks on then. So this is something that's been different.
And I think, too, it's the small numbers that we had in summer school as opposed to what we have when we bring hundreds, if not thousands of students back together. And I just got to say a few things to my colleagues here. I feel like last Monday I failed our children, and I failed you guys, because I did not have the courage to say to you publicly what I felt. And I want to say that now, for what it's worth. I was one of the two that voted no on mask option. And let me share with you why. I have been in public education, K-12, and started school for 37 years. And you know what happens every time we bring our children back together after summer break? The viruses, the bugs, and even the dreaded head lice starts coming and running rampant every time. And I just felt like, I'm not for masking forever and ever on men. That's ridiculous. Everybody wants to get out of masks. But when we come back and we're bringing these large numbers of children and students back together in a location, that we have got to make sure every layer of protection is there, that we have that diligent hand washing, sanitizing, the spraying, everything, masking, everything we can do to get us through this first 4 to 6 weeks, and then we can reevaluate it. I just really felt like very strongly that, I personally didn't have the courage to say what I'm saying right now with the audience that we have. Everybody knows now I'm one of the two that voted for mask, and I still feel that way. And I still feel that even from last Monday, August the 2nd to today, we've got more cases. And guys, I'm just not willing to leave this discussion and wait and see. I'm not willing for any child, not just my grandchildren, for any child to have to get sick or carry it home to a grandparent. I say, and I don't know the proper Robert's Rules of Order, but I say we need to have another vote on this issue before we leave this meeting. And let me just say this. I am one person. I have one opinion, but I've got 37 years of starting school under my belt, and I know what it's like. If we can come back and everybody be diligent for just a short time, I really think we can get a handle on this thing. We know we just know what's going on, and the numbers keep going up, even as careful as we are. I personally did not know that we had stopped or I guess we became slack or comfortable and didn't have all those safety measures out there and doing what we're going to do. Now, I got one more thing to say. You know, for some reason, this mask thing has become a political issue. I don't get it. It's become a matter of a parent's rights, and our civil liberties are at bay here or under threat. Well, let me tell you what. This school board, has a student code of conduct in place that says when the children come to school, there's a certain way they've got to act and behave. There's a certain set of standards that we don't allow children just to say anything to anybody and it's okay. We don't allow children to behave anyway. Now, it may be fine to behave that way somewhere else, but when we bring children together in school, it's our duty, one of our largest duties, to maintain an orderly and safe environment. So we have a code of conduct. And guess what? Last time I looked, we had a dress code. Did we not? We still do. You can't just walk into school and have on anything you want to wear. There's a code of conduct. Does that mean I'm impinging on somebody's rights? Well, maybe so. But when you come to a school, our goal is to maintain a safe and orderly environment. And that's what we've got to always think about. This mask thing is not about somebody's rights or civil liberties. It's about maintaining and doing everything we can every day to maintain a safe and orderly environment. So, again, I throw it out there. That's my opinion. I'm one person, and I respect everybody's opinion, and the vote may come down very much the same if we're allowed to even vote, but anyway.
Thank you, Dr. Revis. Yes, ma'am.
I was the other one that voted for mandatory masking. The masking for safety is a topic we've got to face now, or we're going to face it down the road. We're already seeing how it's exploded. And we already have our 2 schools. We've got sports teams, and we've got others that have COVID. And, you know, everybody wants our students to be safe. And I'm not saying one group does and one group doesn't. I got a text from my doctor this week, and I have an appointment, and he said, you will not be entered without a mask. Why do doctors ask for masks if they're not protecting themselves, the nurses, me, and everybody else? And the pediatrics, the Academy of Pediatrics, you know, said they need to have masks. Most of you in here, that your parents took your kids to a pediatrician somewhere along the way. A group that we've heard very little from, but we heard some today, and I appreciate all you kids coming. I think it's awesome when kids stand up for what they believe in. And we had 2 young men the other day, and I appreciated that. But when kids stand up, we got a letter this week, the whole school board, I think, got it, from a person who is at one of our schools, and she got COVID. And she lost her smell, and she said, Miss Case, I cannot even smell when my pot was burning, and my daddy had to come in and grab the pot off the stove. And she said the other part was they went to the beach for a family vacation, and she couldn't even smell the ocean and the sand and the salt and the sea when she was there. And she said more than that, she worries about her friends getting what she had and it's spreading through her school. And she said she wanted to go to school. She wants to go to school. And I think, I mean, there's not much that came good out of COVID, but kids want to go to school.
Exactly.
And to me, a lifelong teacher, that's good news. But anyway, and then another example, I know a little first grader who wore a mask all last year. And she didn't like it, but she knew she had to wear it. And so her mom and dad sat her down after we passed the thing, or after it was passed the other day, and they told her about she could or could not wear a mask, and that they explained the quarantining for her. And she looked at it and she said, "You mean if I don't wear a mask, I can't go see my teacher, and I can't go to school, and I can't see my friends?" And they said that could be a possibility. And she said, "I'm wearing a mask." And this is a 6-year-old, folks. And, you know, and I am not taking away any parents' rights or whatever, because I think that parents have rights. But, you know, at school, principals may do something to one of your children and punish them. Teachers may not always do what you want. Coaches don't always play your son or daughter. But, you know, parents have the right to speak to those people. And you had the right to speak to us and talk to us and send us letters. Lord have mercy, I have spent hours with the letters and with all that this week, and I appreciate it. I want to hear from people. And that's one of the other good things that's come out of COVID is all you people are here. We've had 4 people here many times, just 4 people. And I want to hear from people, and I want to hear what you have to say. But as a school board, you know, we are going to have to face this somewhere now or later, because if the situation doesn't get a lot better pretty fast, it's going to, by the 23rd, when the kids go back to school, and then 2 weeks after that, man, it's going to explode, I'm afraid. I hope and pray I'm wrong. I do not want any child, especially, I'm not cutting down adults, but I don't want any child to get COVID, because it scares me to death. And it scares me to death when anybody gets COVID. But our children are our most precious commodity in this county. And me being a teacher, that might be why I think that. But anyway, you know, I think that that's something that I agree with Kathy. It's something we've got to deal with, folks. No matter which side you're on, we've got to deal with it. And so,
First of all, I would love to lose which side we're on anymore. And I know what you meant. I know you didn't mean it that way. I do think we need to open the conversation up about exceptions and concessions for our students with special needs. We heard from a little girl who can't hear anything that's going on in the classroom. So she's just so isolated from the community that's not acceptable either. That's not school. That young man who wants to be in marching band, you know, but because of a disability, he can't. I think we have to look at medical exceptions. We talk about equity a lot, but the conversation doesn't always come up when we talk about our special needs kids. And so equity is not just race and socioeconomic status. It's definitely our kids with special needs too. So whatever decision we come up with today, if we could please just incorporate them into it.
I want to say, and just to get back kind of to what you were about these slides, you still have 10 more to go. But the quarantine, it says HCDPH, Henderson County Department of Public Health. Now, are these based on the CDC, or does the Henderson County Public Health Department come up with these quarantine, how long you should quarantine?
Specifically, this is from the Henderson County Department of Public Health. It may be based on CDC guidance. I don't want to affirm that without confirming, but I'll be glad to find out where the source material is.
I was just curious about that. And then also, I heard you mention they might have been exposed at lunch. And is lunch different now than what it was a year ago? And I heard you were going back to what it was. Are they eating in group settings now?
Yes, they are eating in groups.
And are we going back to where we were?
We have gone already back to more restrictive settings. So when you start talking about sitting around with the same students every day, having seating charts in cafeterias, some classes eating in their classrooms and otherwise, those conditions are moving back forward again. So we have at the beginning of the school year, we had full capacity cafeterias. We had students who were eating the way that they had over the summer, the way that we had operated previously. And again, recognizing the data trends, we're recognizing that guidance has to move back toward the way it was in the spring.
Yeah, whatever we had last school year needs to be now.
Yes, sir.
Mitigation strategies that we can possibly implement.
So would we, in a classroom, I know that especially at the lower grades, teachers break them up into pods based on their learning. Are they also sitting in their seats in that pod too? So they're not going from sitting here, by 4 or 6 people to moving to a small group that's different?
So we've not been explicit about that part of it. That goes back to kind of how we operated before, where kids were in pods all day, and it said you've got to be around these 4 kids or these 5 kids all day.
Like in PE and everything, right?
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
going to go back
That's
to
not
that.
how we've started school. But again, recognizing the direction that we're going and being able to assist with this particular process and understanding how we keep kids in, we're recognizing we're having to be far more explicit about those things.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you move on to a little bit of good news on the next slide that you have there?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So one of the elements that is a continuation of this board's conversation as it related to how we support these efforts was a continued dialogue around having a full-time nurse assigned to every school environment. Remember, the Department of Public Health is currently operating with a ratio about 1 to 750. That met the state standard for doing so, and we are fortunate enough to have far more nursing support in Henderson County than most school systems do of our kind. But we also recognize there are many conditions by which no school nurse is present at all on any given time at a particular school environment. And when we spoke to the Henderson County Department of Public Health leadership, they mentioned their receptivity to doing so. And one of the things that we've continued that conversation since our last board meeting is, should this board choose to do so, this board could commit ESSER funds, which are eligible and allowable associated with that, to fund one full-time school nurse position at all school campus locations. That would allow the Henderson County Department of Public Health to put that in place prior to August 23rd. They're prepared to do so before traditional calendars start. And this level of commitment, again, based on how those ESSER relief dollars are available to this board, could be committed all the way through September 2024. So that would give the board some lead time in terms of determining that investment moving forward. But it would allow us, again, should the board take that action, to immediately communicate to the Board of Commissioners and the county leadership that we are willing to make an investment on behalf of the Board of Education in terms of doing so. Now, in terms of understanding what that is, you're talking about each of those positions all in being just shy of $75,000. Okay? So when we start talking about what we would be doing as a board, we'd be committing over a 3-year period, roughly $374,000 each year to cover the salaries and benefits associated with that. And certainly this has been something the Board of Education has talked about repeatedly, recognizing the value associated with that and what our school nurses have been tasked with doing. If I could just share one message with you about the value of this potential commitment and recommendation, is that I know that our school nurses stress about what they have to deal with COVID, but the thing that stresses them more is what they're not doing because they're dealing with COVID. The support that they provide to students who have significant health issues, the way in which they've served and supported those kids, and their ability to be responsiveness. And so to be able to fund these positions would not only be a tremendous investment in the continued safety of all of our school communities, but it would be a tremendous way that we could support the health department.
So is it 75 per
Yes.
nurse?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I wanted to make sure that that was not.
So at our last meeting, if you remember, we were talking to Mr. Smith and
Crystal O'Dell.
Crystal O'Dell.
They said they couldn't find that many nurses, right? And the good work of Mr. Smith and Kim Berry called us up on Tuesday
Next day.
and said, hey, guess what? We found them. And I just want to give them a shout out. That is so awesome. This is a no-brainer to me. We've got the ESSER money coming. This is what ESSER money is supposed to be for. We may have to supplement it until the ESSER funds come in October.
Ultimately, whenever we submit the application. Yes, sir.
But this is something that we need to do, and they can have them in our schools before the 23rd.
Agreed.
So what we need to do as a board is agree that this is a good decision, which I'm assuming everyone thinks is a good thing, right? And then we would talk to the county leadership and let them know what our plans are, and then we can work going forward to have these folks in our schools forever after 2024. But we will be responsible for paying them through at least 2024, which is a 3-year time period.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Get it done. Let's go.
Absolutely. Mr. Campbell, do we need a formal motion on that, or can they simply direct me to communicate that to the county leadership?
They can just direct you to communicate that.
Consider myself directed. All right.
All right, let's move to virtual learning. This is something that's honestly giving me a lot of heartburn on what virtual learning is going to look like. You know, we were asking people to make a decision on something with a little bit of information by today, and Dr. Fry, what is that final number up to? So 380 of our students have decided.
It was 365. What? 2 hours ago?
Yeah.
And now it's 380.
Sir, it closed at 5 o'clock.
So 380 kids have decided to do the virtual learning option across our K through 8.
K through 12, right?
No, well,
K-12.
K through 12. Okay,
K-12.
but K8 we're going to be handling, right? So if you want to dive into it, let's get going.
Absolutely. And I will speak to this option, especially as it relates to, again, we created a very compressed window for registration associated with that. Again, recognizing that with the board's decision on the 2nd, while we are not statutorily required to provide a virtual learning option, remember last year we had to have one. Every school system in the state of North Carolina had to have a virtual learning option for which students and families could choose to participate in. Last week, we launched this option at the conclusion of the board meeting. And in short, here are the basic bullets associated with it. For K-8, folks who are registering online. We were in the process of hiring staff associated with that, so we posted vacancies, new staff positions. So again, we were not reallocating the current allotments across our school system. We were hiring new employees to teach virtual learning exclusively. We were looking for commitments of at least 1 semester. Again, not bouncing between virtual learning and face-to-face learning and otherwise, but that you would do so. A semester, of course, in our world being at least through December, so that you'd have the opportunity to choose what platform best served your child at that point. The students would be served across the district. We know from our current remote enrollees, our virtual learning option, that we have kindergarten students from all 13 elementary schools. We have first grade students from across the board. So you'd be serving students from across the district, not necessarily served by a student or a student group that's just part of your homeschool community. That the school day would mirror the remote learning option under Plan C. And I don't like that. Feels like a bad word, right? We want to stay away from that. But under Plan C, when we were fully remote, we had a compressed instructional day that went from 8 o'clock until 12 o'clock. And then we had additional hours available to students and families after that staff used to connect with students, to deliver food, to follow up with particular assignments, to support whatever the additional needs are associated with that. We acknowledge that some of these learning options or pods may be blended based on staffing, because again, we would be hiring new staff in a compressed period of time, that would not be a hybrid option, so you'd not be serving students in any kind of face-to-face and virtual space. It would be exclusively a virtual cohort, and that would not be a place that students would bounce into under quarantine. Again, because those quarantine periods would be for various periods of time, it wouldn't be the option that those students had. You'd have cohorts who were exclusively in a virtual learning setting. Yes, sir.
Let me ask you real quick. You keep saying not available to students under quarantine. Tell me again, if you're quarantined, what education you have.
So the current support support that we have in place is that our teachers, especially grades 2 through 12, have built Google Classroom shells, the one we're familiar with operationally during the learning period and otherwise, that all content and coursework would exist in that particular space. We've hired additional staffing at Bruce Drysdale, God bless you, and Hendersonville Elementary School that are designed specifically for providing quarantine support, almost like a liaison for students when they're in that space. So students have access to the content and to the classroom, but it's not a hybrid option right now. So when you go home for 7 days, or you go home for 14 days, you're not logging into your class, you're not seeing your teacher in a live setting the way that we did over the past 12 months or so. You're actually accessing your content in that same classroom shell, and then we're providing contact support from additional staff at the school level.
There is no you can't raise your hand and ask a question.
No, sir, that's correct. Not under our current format instructionally. That's correct.
Thank you.
This quarantine does not count on their day's absence.
No, ma'am, it doesn't. So you think about a student who might be under quarantine who's not well, that might be a sick day that you're not participating. But quarantining, just like for a staff member, is directed guidance. So long as you still complete the coursework assigned to whatever your class is or otherwise, you're considered present for that day. You remember the attendance policy that we had in place last year where you had that expectation of two-way communication or course completion, or you submitted assignments within a window of time? That's that period, because we recognize, again, you might be under quarantine through no fault of your own, and so that's not an absence on your record.
Dr. Fry, can you break down the numbers as far as those 380 go? What's K-5, what's 6-8, and what's high school?
Certainly be happy to. Elementary is 136, middle is 96, and high is 148, for a total of 380.
Oh, I didn't realize I turned that off. Let me follow up with that, those forgiven days. So my daughter came down sick this week. Had her COVID tested twice. She was negative. But I kept her home so that she did not spread. I didn't want to confuse the whole COVID situation at that school. So I kept her home. Are those days, will they be forgiven as well? Like, I don't want to keep her home 5 times and it not be just because she was sick with a cold and then it not her have to repeat.
So I think it's helpful to understand kind of like the 3 umbrellas of attendance, right? The difference between excused and unexcused, and then a directed absence associated with quarantine. So when a parent keeps a child out of school for an excused reason or an allowable reason, and a child being symptomatic or sick or otherwise, like that's an excused absence. It shows up as an absence, but it is a lawful absence.
Okay.
Unexcused is that I keep my child out of school for what is not an allowable reason associated with that. And so that's coded accordingly. But our record systems require us to know if kids are there or not. Right? And so similarly, if you've been quarantined, you might not be physically present at school, but we know that you're at home for an allowable reason. So when we think about forgiven, the only place that attendance comes into play where it affects course credit or promotion or otherwise is when we start talking about high schools, right? It is a factor of, to Ms. Caskey's question, the more days you miss, are you more likely to potentially not earn course credit or not be promoted or otherwise? But in elementary school, there's no hard and fast, if you miss this many days, you don't get to go to the next grade. We look at your ability to master the content moving forward. We know that being present factors into that, but in terms of coding it, we'd be coding it excused, unexcused, or directed.
So would you say, like, somebody that's in high school, if I'm keeping, like my son, he's a senior this year, keeping him out, just write a note like, hey, he was symptomatic with a cold, didn't want to send him in, that would be okay?
Yes, ma'am. And that's exactly what the guidance recommends that you do.
Okay,
right?
yeah, because I wanted to encourage that.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And we can't encourage that enough. I mean, as much as, again, we want students at school, we were all trained. I grew up in a family where it was like, you're never sick. There is no such thing as sick, right? Don't care what you look like or how you feel, you're going to school, right? And we are currently in a space where we have to recognize that when children or adults, for that matter, are symptomatic or don't feel well, they are recommended to remove themselves from that environment.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Wendy, can you tell me how 148 high school kids are going to be taught?
Yes, ma'am. So it will be an asynchronous model. We will first look to our Henderson County virtual public school courses taught by our teachers outside of their regular school day. And that's the model we have used for several years now.
Is your mic on?
It is, sir.
Okay.
And next, we'll look to the North Carolina virtual public school. They offer a extremely vast repository of courses of choice for our students. And if neither of those are an option, we also have access to a program called Edmentum that has an additional set of coursework available.
So we're not hiring teachers to do this. We're using programs that are already set up and are successful.
We're using programs that are already set up and successful, but there will be an additional cost. There's a cost to our district for each student who takes one of our local VPS courses, and there's a cost associated with NCVPS as well. Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about, I know that we wanted to see how many teachers would want to teach the K through 8 virtual option only. Can you go through that and Mr. Rhodes, tell us a little bit about what type of luck you've had finding those teachers?
Thank you, Mr.
Specifically, go elementary and then middle, please.
Currently, right now in our middle schools, I just looked on our teacher match. We only have about 3 candidates for our K-5, and that we've tried to cast a wide net of looking for teachers who may want a full-time position, but also even looking at possibility of hiring retired teachers. So we posted not just full-time, but also half-time positions in an effort to be able to capture as many people who may be interested as possible. Right now, we have a total of 3. We also asked current staff to email me to let me know if they were interested in going into a virtual learning option, especially anyone we may have who would be high risk. Right now, I believe we only have one person who is interested in that option at this time. In our middle schools, we do have a few more candidates in English language arts, social studies, and science. We don't have any math candidates. Math is difficult to be able to staff on a regular basis, much less in a virtual learning option. We did the exact same thing, trying to capture a wide net, offering full-time and part-time options for retired teachers who may be interested as well. So that's kind of where we stand right now.
So we have 3 teachers that have applied in the same amount of time. 136 elementary schools have applied for our online virtual option, right? In K through 3, we have class size limits that we have to abide by. That are the law with 18 max in kindergarten, 16, 17, and 17 going from first grade to third grade. Is that correct?
I am very impressed with those numbers.
I remember numbers. It's
yes.
Well, that scares the hell out of me. Just to be perfectly bluntly honest, that's, if we have too many kids that have applied and we don't have any teachers to teach them, then what's the option there?
Well, and I want to be clear that when we start looking at the middle school model, that can be a challenging as well, because even though we've got a few more applicants, when we start looking at the number of students, we've got 26 6th graders, we have 30 7th graders, and 39 8th graders. And so when we start looking at a model, when I put my principal hat back on and I start looking at what is the best way to possibly staff that, then reality of it is we would probably have to ask an individual teachers to be prepared to teach science for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So now you're asking a teacher to possibly have 3 different preps to be able to meet the needs of those students, because the numbers may not be large enough because again, we don't have enough teachers to hire an ELA, math, science, and social studies for each grade level, because now you're looking at a total of 12 teachers, and those are not available. And even if they were, they wouldn't have enough to be able to accomplish during the day if they were only teaching 6th grade at one time and vice versa. So then you run into an issue at that point in time where you're overstaffed. So there's some challenges that present themselves even in that respect.
So I know you don't have a crystal ball, but Bernie does. Maybe he can let you borrow it. Are we going to find enough teachers in 2 weeks to get this done or not? It's pretty simple. And I know that's a very tough thing to answer.
I'll answer that question.
I mean, it's a loaded question, right?
We currently do not have the applicant pool to provide the virtual learning option for the students that have applied. We do not have the applicant pool. If people continue to apply for it, we will update the board as it relates to that. But based on just what you heard, we do not have the applicant pool to serve the students that have applied. The only exception may exist in 912 because the way those platforms already exist. But because we need a physical teacher to deliver instruction live and remotely to every student who's requested it for kindergarten through 8th grade, the applicant pool that Mr. Rhodes spoke to would not cover that.
So at some point, I think maybe like in May or June, we talked about we weren't even going to do a virtual school, and now we threw this at you about, yeah, we are going to do a virtual school. Why did we throw that we've got to do a virtual school? I don't.
Masking.
Masking.
People a choice.
A call to give people a choice.
Yes.
Well, from the emails that I've read and that have come in, nobody wants virtual. I mean, if they had their rathers, nobody wants virtual.
I'm going to ask you guys to be quiet, please, while we deliberate.
You know, they want virtual for the people on the other side of their, you know, whatever they want. But anyway, so I don't think virtual really. I think everybody wants to do what we need to do to keep our schools open and keep kids in school.
Absolutely.
Nobody wants to go back to virtual.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes.
So I agree with what Mrs. Caskey said. We have got to put in place some kind of process or procedure whereby a healthcare provider can advocate for accommodations for a child with a medical issue or a disability or a developmental issue or a psychological issue about wearing a mask. In other words, let's have a protocol in place that we look at those issues. I don't think virtual is going to be an option if we can't get staff. I mean,
If we change our procedure about mask or no mask, can these people who've signed up for virtual, can they decide, I don't want virtual, I'm going to go to school?
Certainly. Yes, sir. As we've kind of positioned ourselves throughout this period, anytime the board changes the conditions, we've given parents and families the ability to reevaluate their position. So when we went from C to B or B to A, we've given families the opportunity to choose what would be best for them.
We were not going to offer, we didn't offer virtual. Did we offer virtual for Hendersonville during their year round?
No, sir.
So if we went to a mask mandate, would we even offer a virtual?
It would be our recommendation not to do so. As we were prepared to begin this school year, it was our recommendation that we not offer a virtual option. We're not statutorily required to do so, and this board has prioritized face-to-face instruction in person for every child every day. And so as we were preparing for the upcoming school year, we were not offering a virtual option for any student.
Can you go across your summary of thoughts so we can discuss?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And so I'll go to summary thoughts. Again, a slide that you all are very, very familiar with. Everything we talk about today continues to remain fluid, right? What do we learn is that we learn conditions can change and they are contingent on our local health care data, that we continue to work in close coordination with the Department of Public Health and our partner agencies, that we're going to respond to questions and concerns in updated direction, and we'll continue to meet the instructional obligations to each student every day. Those are our commitments, and I'll be glad to pause right there. Thank you, Mr. Eagle.
so with that said, Mr. School Board Attorney, how do I put a motion on the table for us to reconsider our mask option that we voted on a week ago?
So the motion to reconsider is a specific parliamentary maneuver, usually at the same session, once a decision is made. It does not apply to decisions of the majority of a board. It does not apply to motions to amend decisions. It doesn't apply to motions to rescind decisions, and it doesn't apply to change circumstances. So in my opinion, this board continues to have the ability to make decisions in real time based on accurate and updated information. So any motion that the chair would be willing to accept as part of the Return to Learn program would be in order. A motion to reconsider is not necessary.
Mr. Chair, I request that you consider a motion for us to vote on whether we make mask a requirement for the beginning of the school year with the caveat that we have protocols in place for children who suffer from medical, developmental, or any type of disability, that we have protocols to work through and make accommodations for those children.
So is your motion essentially mask are mandatory besides a medical note from a physician or
Yes.
or from a nurse practitioner,
Healthcare provider.
healthcare provider, that says that they
Go for it.
that they could be exempt from that?
I think we have to have some kind of process in place or protocols in place.
We do. I
Dr.
think we have
Rips.
IEPs.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead.
I was just going to say our IEPs are a legal medical accommodation and exemption.
Let's do this. I've got a motion on the floor.
And I can clarify that one issue quickly. The
Please.
toolkit already addresses exemptions, which include disability-related exemptions. So that would be an operational piece.
Okay.
For
So
your
504s would be optional.
No, it does not. It depends on the circumstances of the child. Because
Okay.
again, some children, for example, could have an IEP just for reading and has nothing to do with a health condition.
Asthma,
that a mask,
whatever.
Right.
Right.
So what I'm saying so the motion would be to make masks mandatory except for legal exemptions that are already set forth in the toolkit.
And I have one small issue with that. I don't know, just like we found with free and reduced lunches, as people grew older, they tended to not ask for those because maybe they did not want to be known that they had an issue or they didn't, whatever. I just would want to make sure that if it, like Mr. Craven said, something about like a doctor's note. I don't know how you say that, but I just want to make sure that you don't have to say, I mean, if there was a doctor's note to release you without saying,
I think the easiest way to approach it is mask mandatory except for legal exemptions. And then it would be up to your superintendent to apply the current legal exemptions that exist.
It's Dr. Revis's motion.
Yes, my motion is for everyone.
Dr.
All right.
Davis,
Yes.
does this include year-round, yearly, 9-week period, semester period? Can we not stipulate if we could put this on a trial basis? Let's try it for 9 weeks. Let's try it for a semester. Then let's look at it again to see if things change and if we can drop this mask mandate back to optional or no mask.
Let me stop everybody for a second. We've got a motion on the floor, okay? I'll accept your motion. Is there a second? Right, now we can have discussion. You can discuss away.
I'll be glad to amend that motion to put some type of timeline on a reconsideration.
I think, I'll hold it.
I was just going to say, just like towards the end of the year, we saw success with what we were doing. The county numbers were down. I think we all left here in May and June hoping that we could return to school without masks. I mean, everybody wants to see your children's beautiful faces, trust me. I just think that, you know, the runaway train called COVID doesn't really care what we want. And having a time period on it, to me, seems the most fair. Like, just like with when you made that motion, you know, forever and ever. I don't think we should make this motion forever and ever either. I think it should just be, hey, let's readdress this, you know, whatever
Dr.
date.
Bryant?
Just a point of clarification again, we're applying this to students, staff, and visitors, and we're talking about indoor settings. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. Just
Indoor.
Can we just say when the statistics, that's what we went by the whole time we've been doing this. When statistics are safer, we will revisit this. And that's
I think we'll be revisiting this every single meeting for a long time going forward.
But that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sure.
That's okay.
I would much rather visit this every meeting than say 9 weeks or a semester or a year. I mean, let's just look at it. If we need to, I'm not afraid.
So if a child has like severe anxiety when they're in a mask or an adult, but they're not treated by their doctor like on anxiety medication, what are we going to do in that instance?
And I can address that and let the staff address it as well. Those exemptions were already in place last school year. So your administration also already has a wealth of experience in granting exemptions to students based on their particular circumstances, be that anxiety, be that breathing problems or other problems. So I'll let Dr. Bryan or others speak to that, but I don't think that was a problem to deal with employees and students on a case-by-case basis, given their particular circumstances as defined by the toolkit. I don't think that was a problem last year.
And what we can do is re-communicate exactly as Mr. Campbell is saying what those legal exemptions are to all parents and families.
So to answer your question directly, children with anxiety about wearing a mask were accommodated.
I just worry that, like the one issue that we talked about last week was everybody that's not been vaccinated has to wear a mask. Like you're totally singling out a group. Now you're asking a child to take a mask off that says, I have an issue. I have a mental issue, a medical issue, and there's going to be children that are not comfortable doing that, especially in the upper grades.
I just want to address that from the classroom situation. We always had children who had 504 accommodations, IEPs. I have to tell you, kids are less aware than you really think. Kids were always moving in and out of the room with resource teachers. They were taken into separate rooms for tests. There was never that, oh, look, there's the IEP group going to take a test. I think there are so many moving parts in the day. I don't necessarily think that you're wearing the scarlet M on your back.
Well, I've seen
I
it
would
both ways.
Totally disagree. Have you had a child with an IEP?
I've taught probably 2,000 children with
No, I mean like as a mama.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, 3. I've had 3. And they do know, and the other kids do know. And my daughter that's turning 9 this week always says, like, when I get pulled out, they know that, and when I can't keep up, they know. Those kids, and and I keep telling her she's the smartest thing in the world. They know. Those kids know.
I think that works both ways. It doesn't matter which way you look at that. Both sides of that issue, you can argue both sides back and forth. I think one thing that I do have a question about with this particular motion is that we do have one indoor sport that's going on. And I think one of the worst things I saw was like people playing basketball in masks, like doing like hard exertion, like we're going to let them play football outside, but you can't play volleyball in a gym because, you have to have a mask on. I don't believe that anybody should have to have a mask if they're exerting themselves in a exercise setting. Now, maybe when they're sitting on the bench or whatever, that's a little bit different to me. But playing basketball and watching those kids go to the state championship in mask was ridiculous in my opinion. So I would like for us to look at that piece of it.
So I would recommend that issue, whether or not children, when they're in physical exertion as part of a sports team, have to wear a mask, be dealt with by a separate motion if needed. Okay. And then also the issue of visitors to the school and volunteers
then you have
be dealt with as a separate motion, right?
Oh boy. Is there any more discussion about the motion that's on the floor? Mandatory masks, but there are options and ways in the toolkit for you to receive a waiver.
And that would be for staff and students.
Staff and students.
And to revisit and look at the metrics every month.
As needed. If the governor changes his stance on something, if we need to come back, I'm okay with coming back every 2 weeks like we were doing there for a while.
I,
can certainly look at that.
I did vote last time for optional use of masks. However, if we're going to look at it at each meeting later on, I will agree to change my vote for that period of time.
Does anyone else have any comments, questions, concerns about the motion that's on the floor?
Well, I was going to say, I also voted for it. I wanted to give it a shot. You know, I wanted to get back to normal. And I think going
44 quarantined and 18 positive.
And by trying to go get more normal, we seem to have gone more abnormal. I wanted to give this a shot. I spoke to a couple board members. I wanted to revisit this the third or fourth or fifth day, give it a week, and let's look at it. But I have a huge problem with the quarantine education. Nothing against our teachers or whoever we use. I know everybody's doing their utmost best. But I think we all can agree that quarantining is not the best education. And I have a problem with virtual. I don't think that's the best education. And those numbers are both going to go up if we go forward. And I just can't have, I don't agree with that type of education. So I think
whatever we decide today, we need to decide. You've got 2 weeks until school starts.
Yep.
You've got early college starts next Monday. You've got, it's been 8 weeks or 7 weeks or whatever for Henderson Elementary and BDS. You got to make your minds up today, because virtual, I don't think is going to be an option, how we're looking at it in 4 weeks, let's say.
Well, maybe after not pass this, then we announce this, we may see a big change in numbers for the virtual, and maybe John can just get back to us and let us know that this big change, and we'll see if we still do.
Well, from what he mentioned is that we would get rid of virtual if there is a mask mandate.
Yes, sir. So, members of the board, it would be our recommendation, again, pending any decision this board makes, that the only reason we moved toward a virtual learning option was because of the face covering decision. If that decision were to be reversed, it would be our recommendation that the virtual learning option be eliminated, and that we communicate that to families as part of this.
Do we need to make a motion on that?
No, we'll wait. We've got a motion on the floor.
No.
We'll get to that one. Any more discussion on this motion?
I think that we need to give these children and these staff members the option and revisit it again in a few weeks. If we are seeing high quarantine, maybe it was because we went away from keeping the kids together, the classrooms not being cleaned, etc., is why there's an uptick in the cases. I just feel like before we even give them, and it wasn't popular last year when I was saying we need kids in school, we need to start back, and all kindergarten through 5th grade need to be in school. I was receiving letters saying there was going to be blood on my hands, and I was basically killing teachers, and we did it safely. I think to say no, we're not going to let these kids have a shot. You don't know, for them to have the opportunity to decide what's best for their child. And you may have 2/3 of the school show up in masks. I think it's the individual parent's right to make that decision.
Anyone else? All right, I'm going to call for a voice vote. I'm going to go the other way this time. Dr. Revis, yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Caskey?
Yes.
Mr. Egoff?
This is on making masks.
Mandatory with the option to be able to opt out through the various means.
For legal exemptions.
For legal exemptions.
Yes.
Ms. Holt?
No.
Yes. Ms. Case? Mr. Brick? Yes. And I'm a yes. It passes 6-1. All right, we got more to talk about, please. All right, next, let's talk about indoor sports. I wholeheartedly don't think that the girls playing volleyball should be punished for playing, having to wear a mask, especially if you have kids outside playing football, the same day. So it would be my recommendation that if we are going to have a mask mandate, and it's going to be indoors, that if they are, you know, in gym class and they're lifting weights, if they are playing volleyball, if they're running, you know, around the gym, whatever it is, that if they're doing some physical exertion, they do not have to wear a mask at this particular point in time. It can always be revisited. No, no, ma'am.
No, ma'am. The position of the High School Athletic Association right now, and correct me if I'm wrong if it changed, is they leave it up to the local LEA and the condition of your current policy or position. And so I think to Mr. Craven's point, if our requirement is that face coverings now are present in any indoor setting for staff, students, or volunteers, then separating out aerobic activity and non-aerobic activity is important for our student athletes.
So for me, I'm perfectly okay with the kids that are sitting on the bench waiting to go in, whatever, sitting on the sidelines wearing their mask. But if you're in there playing, I think we should let them have their mask off for that particular point in time when they're playing.
Is that a motion?
I don't make motions, but you can.
Okay, I'm going to throw something out. Last year when our schools, you can't, I'll be quiet.
I believe you can, but I'll double check while they're talking.
You want to go for it?
Sorry, no, I don't know if I can make a motion still.
Okay, I agree with you that, I mean, participating in indoor sports, wearing a mask, for me, walking indoors with wearing a mask is exhausting. But last year, even when our numbers were low, how many times did our West volleyball team have to quarantine?
Several.
So, to have some type of compromise, could it be that we have our children who are participating in indoor sports, possibly like like one of those quick tests?
I think the only thing that right now, if you have a mandatory mask mandate indoors, volleyball is the only one that's getting that you're dealing with now, correct?
Right now.
There's no, not right now, today. There's no other indoor sport, right, Mr. Rhodes? So it just doesn't seem to me that we're singling those girls out,
right?
Because they're playing their sport, but you can go play soccer or football. Like, are you kidding me? Like football, you're not like breathing and sweating on people a lot more when you're tackling somebody without a face mask than like,
Yeah, I definitely
upset
see your point. I'm just wondering if that kid who's getting infected now comes back to her math class on Tuesday. Are we not adding to the problem?
I think it's the same conversation with every other sport that they're playing and every other extracurricular that they're
Well,
doing.
and they're going around.
Look at your band students. You know, they don't have masks on.
Right.
And they're going everywhere else in Henderson County with them off. And clearly, we can transmit COVID in a classroom, but we cannot commit it. We can't spread it on a volleyball court. I mean, this is asinine to me. I mean, I don't agree that they need, you know, I agree with you. They don't need to wear a mask in volleyball. But, I mean, why is it that we can allow our kids to play indoors and keep a mask off, but you can't let them, where it's vigorous exercise, but you can't let them sit in science class with them off? I mean, I agree they don't need to have them on while they're playing. Don't take it that I'm saying that, but it is what it is.
Sure. Mr. Campbell?
You can make motions, Mr. Chairman. I see nothing in the current board policy that would prevent you from making a motion.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we rescind the mask policy indoors for vigorous physical exercise until further notice.
Second.
Discussion.
Let's say just for the teams right now. Let's don't go in the future yet.
Sure.
Because you get to wrestling, you get to some of those.
Yeah.
It can be a
Absolutely. I believe this is going to be something we're going to be looking at every month or every 2 weeks for the next, who knows. I mean, we've been doing it for 18 months. It ain't going to stop no time soon, it doesn't look like. So,
when you say vigorous exercise,
yeah.
you're also thinking about in physical education classes?
Yeah, you know, I remember doing weightlifting classes and you know, doing all that. I mean, that's pretty difficult. It's pretty difficult. I say yes.
lot of kids.
Sure. I just don't know why, if we're not going to do that, then why aren't they wearing masks for football practice and for football games? Then why aren't they for soccer games? Then why aren't they for everything else that we're doing?
Sarah.
Because they're outside, like that's the magic COVID bullet. Like, no, you can't catch COVID outside. Like, to me, that's
The
not.
CDC tells us.
Yeah, but that's what I'm meaning. You're tackling someone. You've got a pile of people getting ready next week or this Friday, whenever the games start. They're going to be tackling each other.
You have so many different scenarios in it.
It's crazy.
Hard to tackle them all.
It is.
You got to use some common sense. Do I do this or not?
Well, I think my point is this, is that the only sport with this mandate that we just put on, right? The only sport that gets bothered by it is girls volleyball.
Right now.
Right down today. It's the only one. And to me, that's not fair. But if nobody else agrees, nobody else agrees.
Well, I agree. Because I'm telling you, if you get out of breath, what are you going to do? You pull your mask down so you can breathe, at least under your nose. And so what's the point? You kept saying, if you wear your mask and if you wear it properly, I guarantee you there's not one person that properly wears. Do you see the Olympics? There's not one person that properly wears a mask and does something vigorously. It's not possible.
So motion's on the floor and it's been seconded. And I would be okay stopping at volleyball and not saying just physical activity. I would be okay saying not to single out their sport while they're playing in games.
I think that's fair. It's good.
Any other discussion? All right, Dr. Revis. Yes or no?
Start on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Bridges.
I agree, yes.
Ms. Case. Ms. Holt.
Of course.
Yes.
Ms. Caskey.
I should have said during discussion.
Right.
What if we have 3 quarantines in the next?
Then we adjust it, then we figure
Okay.
it out,
Yes.
then we look at it, then we do this again and keep
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That motion passes. Now, the big one.
While we're talking about, what is a sports quarantine?
So when the teams, go ahead, Mr.
'Cause I was
We've
not
had a
aware
couple-
of that,
Yeah.
but have been told there have been teams that have gone on sports quarantine. I was wondering if that's something that we've okayed, or is that something that's...
It's another CDC thing. So, Mr. Athletic Director, take it away.
I'm going to defer this question to Dr. Bryant. and the only reason I say that we are right now in discussions, working with Mr. Smith and the health department and trying to make sure that we're all being very consistent. Those folks have been nothing but great, but I would just defer to Dr. Bryant.
Absolutely. So we have quarantines that already exist for student athletes, and we've had quarantines that have already affected entire teams for exactly the reasons that we talk about. So when a condition is determined to be close contact, if those student athletes have all been within 6 feet of each other for 15 minutes or more within a 24-hour period, you think about scrimmaging or activities or otherwise, it has affected teams. And as Mr. Rhodes is just pointing out, our work is making sure, again, just as we did in the spring, that those restrictive protocols are in place that make sure that those quarantines don't affect large groups of students. I think it's important to also note, when we're talking about athletics, we're generally talking about vaccine-eligible students, right? So other than 6th grade students, everybody else has a vaccine opportunity. And so many students are not having to quarantine if they have participated in the vaccination effort. So we're looking at all of those pieces, but just like classroom guidance, if you're determined to be a close contact and you think about the way those conditions exist, it's quarantined individual student athletes and some individual teams.
So with that being said, indoor settings, we just made a motion to make masks mandatory for visitors. So now you got to start thinking about the games. You have to start thinking about the stadiums inside. You have to start thinking about this room. What are your thoughts on that?
What kind of physical exertion are the fans
So all fans, we're going to have them wear masks inside?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know that was part of the original motion.
That was not. You told me to pull it out, so that's why I'm saying it again.
Yes, okay. So it needs to be by motion.
I know. So
well, there's one thing I do want to say, and I understand, but this gets into a very slippery slope, and I am not in if I'm playing a sport, I'm on the court. If it's volleyball, basketball, the ones in the stands are not within 15 feet of me or 6 feet of me for 15 minutes. So I can see I am not going to be okay with requiring some person that comes in and is going to sit in the stands to make them wear a mask because I make the person on the sideline on the bench wear a mask. It's different.
They're within that much territory of who they sit by, because I don't think most gyms have it labeled out.
But you know what? Then you're going to make people go into Walmart. You're going to make people that go into Ingles. I know, but that's what I'm saying. When we start saying everybody needs to wear a mask, that needs to come from somebody else. I'm concerned with the student. That's why I'm on the school board. Okay? That's your opinion. That's my opinion. I'm for the child. I'm for the student, and I'm making stuff for the student. And I would not, and y'all can vote. We're going to vote. But I would not vote for having somebody come in that's not going to be within 6 feet of my child for 15 minutes to wear a mask.
And that brings the question, am I wrong? Did the CDC go back on the vaccinated individuals did not have to wear a mask? Did they say everybody unvaccinated or vaccinated needs to wear a mask in a school setting?
I'm not comfortable quoting it directly, but my recollection is that the change in the guidance was that all individuals, regardless of vaccination status, in an indoor setting. But I'll be glad to double check that.
So it wasn't just in a classroom setting in school, it's indoors?
Indoors, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what kind of visitors are we talking about? Are we talking about?
People at games, people in this room, us.
Yes.
Family members.
Family members coming in.
We then bring it home to.
Any visitor walking into the 2 million square feet that we own.
Okay.
Like here.
Like right here, like us, next time we meet.
I'm not going to wear a mask.
Not either.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Now, I don't have a problem going into a school and wearing a mask.
I agree.
Boy, don't you love this?
Wait, let's vote.
And some school districts have defined it to schools, to school property, and some districts.
Like, could we have a school visit? I don't have an issue with that.
And some districts have said all school board and property. Some districts have said all schools and school-owned vehicles.
And where we left it in the spring and how we operated in the summer, especially, is face coverings were required by all students, all staff, and all visitors where students were scheduled for attendance. So, for example, in any of our K-12 environments, any of the school where students were present and scheduled to be present, face covering was required for everybody, regardless of that condition. Was it required in this building of visitors? It was not. Was it required at our maintenance facility or our technology if folks were out there? It was not. And so, as Mr. Campbell's mentioning, we have even operated in that different condition as well in that space for a period of time. Similarly, face coverings were not required outdoors during athletic events in the spring and over the summer practices as well.
I'm okay with that, because the maintenance guys shouldn't be driving around fixing our HVACs on the roof with a mask on, but this just shows how complicated this issue is.
But I think if you wanted to clarify in line with what Dr. Bryant just said, it would be a motion to clarify that the mask mandate applies anywhere indoors where students are scheduled for instruction, and it would apply to staff, students, and visitors.
So that's set for instruction, so that means at
That's
game
not a
they do
basketball
not
game
have
or a
to wear a
volleyball
mask.
game.
Well, let's stop at staff and students, and you're still talking about visitors. I think that it would be in order to go ahead and clarify whether you want it to be all school-owned properties or just indoors where students are scheduled for instruction for staff and students.
Yes.
I think you should do that first, then we'll come back to visitors again.
tired. Okay. Say that again.
So, Mr. Chairman, it'd be a motion to clarify the mask mandate, that it applies to staff and students, indoors, any place that students are scheduled for instruction.
Yes.
Was that the
Left
motion
out
then?
visitors.
That is to clarify Ms. Revis's original motion.
Oh, okay.
That means masks would not be required at a school board meeting, for example.
Yeah, well, that's correct. That's what we're asking.
So you could make that a motion.
Anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second. Now, you're saying that
It would only apply to schools where kids are scheduled for instruction.
You just seconded letting people,
That motion.
having people, basically Kathy's motion.
Another clarification.
I thought we were talking about sports and things like that.
No, so to back up so that your second doesn't count, the motion on the table right now is just to clarify the mask mandate that applies to staff and students.
Oh, so you're
Where
doing that
does it
motion
apply?
again?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we're clarifying it.
Okay.
Clarifying it.
Clarifying.
Okay.
And it's being clarified that it only applies in school-owned
instruction.
properties where students are scheduled for instruction.
Yes.
Attorney's just, okay.
I know.
Hey, get this hammered out now,
Yeah,
Mr.
let's get it
Chairman.
hammered out.
Get this hammered out.
He's approved the motion. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Anybody else would like to discuss this? Dr. Evans?
Yes.
Kasky?
Yes.
Yes.
Goff? Me, yes. Holt?
No?
Case?
Yes.
Bridges. All right, passes 6-1. Now, we got one more we gotta do, right?
You got to decide what you're going to do with visitors.
All right,
Community
I do not think that,
And let me offer one quick thing. At least one district I know of, several districts have said that the rule in the community tends to be the honor system of we ask that unvaccinated individuals wear a mask. That could be the position of the school district, or you can make it mandatory, or you can make it optional.
But we don't require, we're not going to ask for IDs.
Right, it would not be policed. It would be.
What about people that have had COVID? Like in that one slide that we had, it said if you've had COVID within the last 3 months, they would not ask you to quarantine at home, that you would still attend school if you were not symptomatic.
honor system.
It all relates back to an honor system. But yes, you could define it as these are the reasons why individuals don't have to be isolated or quarantined. So if you fit one of these, you don't have to wear a mask. But it would still be the honor system because there's no practical way to enforce that with visitors and community members.
So the motion would be that anybody who's not vaccinated needs to wear a mask.
Right, but it would be the honor system for visitors and guests, or you could make it mandatory for visitors and guests.
Why couldn't we say, using the phraseology that you used before about while children are there for instruction, that all visitors must mask, just like everybody, all the other adults and children, while children are present for instruction. Now, doesn't mean outside the football game because you don't have children there for instruction.
But what would you do about a volleyball game or?
Children are not there for instruction.
So COVID doesn't, you agree that it exists in the classroom, but not in the gym?
No,
if there's
that's not what I'm
500
saying,
people?
Mrs. Holt. What I'm saying is, if I, as a parent, choose to take my child to a volleyball game, that's an optional event. We're talking two different things. We're talking about your right to a free public education versus an optional school activity or event. Okay?
But I thought all this encompassed the safety of the community and the safety of the students.
Exactly. But as you have said before, you know, if a parent chooses to go out to eat with their children and their family and they don't mask, that's their choice. But while we have children for instruction, I think we have to protect that.
Well,
Protect that.
but everybody else, because we've just made the motion and it's second and approved, everybody else would be in a mask, correct?
And again, I apologize if I missed something, but I thought the original
So
motion
why
was
do you need
staff.
visitors
The
to?
original motion was staff and students.
Well,
I don't think
okay.
The original motion applied to community members.
Okay. But, so if you're a visitor, then I like what you said, that it's recommended but not policed. I mean, I don't, if everybody else, I understand what you're saying, Dr. Revis, but if everybody else, which is what we've just made a motion on, everybody else is going to be masked.
I think the difference is what she's trying to say is if you go pick up your kid early from school, you need to wear a mask going in to pick up your kid from school, right? Because there's instruction going on there. But if you're going to the volleyball game with your daughter, then that's on you to decide if you were going to mask or not.
And that's fine, but then I'm like, well, then why get a vaccine if it's no good? I mean, if you got the vaccine, you should be able to go pick up your child at school without wearing a mask. It's like, my gosh, pick up your child. I got a mask on
We need
anyway.
a PowerPoint after this.
If I could just speak
So-
to just the operational guidance, we have operated in a space where during the instructional day, which essentially thinks about when students are required to be there, right? That if we draw the line around that makes it allows us to communicate clearly with students and staff and visitors and anybody else. And then once that bell rings and school is over and students are home and you talk about other activities that happen in an optional or an extracurricular kind of way, if that's where the board's sort of line is, that helps us to communicate to the community. Whether that's the decision of the board, we'll respect the position. But from an operational standpoint, it is very important that we can communicate clearly to parents and families and staff. And when students are present, that's a real clean line for us. And so it would be very helpful if we had agreement around that and then made a decision outside of that otherwise, so that we knew what we were doing.
That makes perfect sense because no one's saying that you can't get COVID going to a football game or a volleyball game, but you made the choice to go there. There's that personal choice.
What about the parent, though, that allows their child to play volleyball or football, wants their child to be masked, and wants the others to be masked because it's a school sports? I mean, would you suggest?
It's their personal choice not to play volleyball.
So, okay, I'm just clarifying that.
Yeah.
So then they would just need to say, my kid's not going to be in volleyball then, because everybody's not going to be masked.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We're charged with educating them.
Let's, it's 7:20. We gotta, been here for 4.5 hours. So, say what you said again.
We would clarify that.
Can you make the motion?
Can you make the motion?
That the face covering requirement would apply to all school facilities when students were scheduled for attendance, regardless if you are a student, a staff, or a visitor of any kind.
So moved.
8 to 3, you mean? Is that?
Yes, ma'am, roughly. Our student day, that's correct.
Okay.
Stephanie, so moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Yes or no? Yes or
Yes.
no? Yes or no?
No.
Yes or no? Ms. Case?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. That passes 5-2. All right. Anything else on masks? We still have stuff to do. Go past this.
Before we move on to the other reports, I would ask for the board's either support or a request as it relates to the virtual learning option. Again, from our perspective, the virtual learning option, and I mean from staff perspective, was launched solely in response to the face covering optional decision. Prior to that decision, we had no intention of offering a fully remote option. We were adhering to the board's direction that full-time face-to-face instruction is what's best for every child. And so unless the board were to direct us otherwise, our communications would be to stop the virtual learning option and communicate that to the families who had registered as such.
This is one thing I have. I think you're talking two different programs here, K-8 and high school, right? I think high school, a lot of kids really thrived during a virtual option, and we're actually not even, we're not hiring teachers for that, correct? We're bringing the teachers from the North Carolina Virtual Learning Academy and Admentium and all that stuff. I don't mind having a virtual option for high school kids if that's something that they want to do, but I think
The VPS option and the HCPS option actually already exist for students.
right, so they can do it at any point.
You could do that
any
any
time, right?
They
So
just
that's-
wouldn't be exclusively in a virtual space, right?
So they could pick a class here or there, Blue Ridge class here or there, and then still take their ELA at whatever, that type of deal.
I think that, beyond this, we have we need to be wise of our tax dollars. And we were offering that for the specific reason that we were removing face covering. If this board goes back and decides in, 2 months, okay, we're going to remove them, I think that needs to, if the metrics are so, we need to be offering that again. But it would not be my opinion that we need to further waste tax dollars and staff, et cetera, if the children are not in that environment where they may be high risk for transmission, because face coverings, it's the belief of this board that face coverings are it's not my belief, but it's the belief of the board that face coverings is going to stop COVID. So I think that we need to not offer it.
Ms. Case?
I agree.
Wendy, do these high school kids realize that they're not going to have it like they did before, a short time, and they don't have to show up, and they can do it at midnight, that these classes they're taking now is going to be different? Do they understand that, these 148 kids?
Can you call them all tonight?
Ms. Case, the ones who have taken HCVPS and NCVPS courses previously would realize that because of their previous experience. But unless they had experienced that before, maybe.
So I think you're going to see a lot of those dropping out of that because it was not like those classes are not, they're pretty tough.
And the cost, I would, if it's okay, Dr. Bryant, to share the cost per course for a semester course for NCVPS, it's $420. For a year-long course, it's $510. For our local HCVPS courses, it's $250 per student.
And we're going to be paying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Not the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
It's my opinion, get rid of the virtual option if you're going to have the mask.
Agree.
I think that's pretty.
Too much money.
Do we need a motion on that?
I think the easiest motion would just be to suspend the virtual
We're gonna
learning
wait.
option at this time.
We'll wait for that for Dr. Revis. Is there a way to?
Though you also have to think that should we offer a virtual option for kids that have a hard time being in a mask, their parents don't want them wearing a mask, because I think there's going to be a whole, and what are we going to do when kids refuse to put a mask on? Like, how is administration going to handle that? Because I think it's going to be an issue.
Certainly, what our hope will be is that we'll have the same level of compliance that we had last year, that we recognize that parents and families last year would have preferred a different option, but our students far and away were compliant, our staff were far and away compliant, families and visitors were far and away compliant. That'll be our continued effort, right? In the same way that we expected compliance with the previous board decision as it related to where we stood. So our goal will be to share with people that we're going to respect your feelings about it, but these are the rules when you arrive to school in that space.
All right.
So are we willing to offer, I don't want to spend the tax dollars any more than anybody else, but are we willing to offer virtual for the other, if you're going to offer it to one set of parents because they don't want to be in a room with their children to be in a room unmasked, are we going to offer virtual for parents that they don't want their child to wear a mask? That's
the valid point.
Currently, you would be making accommodations for students that need it for a medical or some other reason. So that doesn't address what you're saying, but currently that would be done anyway. They're going to be working with students that can't wear a mask on what accommodations might look like. So that will be done, but that doesn't address your point of a parent that just doesn't want their child to have to wear a mask.
I think clearly we don't have the staff to do it. I mean, I think it's something we looked at for, a week and try to drum up as much business as we can. We have 3 teachers that want to teach all elementary virtual. How do we do that when we have to have the class size mandate? I don't know how you do it, period. That's a big point of why I voted just the way I voted, because how do we do that? Like, literally, how do we actually do that with staying in compliance with the law? I don't know. But I don't know the answer to many of these things.
I don't pretend to either, and I don't want to, come across like I'm anti-vaccine or I'm anti-mask. Like, I've had my vaccine, and when I go into places that require masks, I wear a mask. But I just believe that we need to give parents an option, and to extend an option to one group of parents and then not extend it to the other, I think that's pretty one-sided.
I didn't realize we were extending that virtual option just for one group. I just thought it was open to anybody. I didn't.
Well, it was to parents whose children that they didn't feel would be safe in a classroom with other children without masks is the reason why we offered that, correct?
We offered as a result of that decision. What we certainly could do was extend the enrollment period and go through and confirm who would want to have that. Now, again, it's still conditional on the personnel and otherwise.
Yeah.
As I said before, it's our recommendation, like prior to August 2nd, we were not planning to offer a virtual option for any student in Henderson County Public Schools. That was the communication that we were making at that time. But I think to your point, we don't know who might actually want to keep that option right now, all things considered. And if you would like us to go through and make some determinations as to whether or not there still is a cohort of students and families that want that, or a new cohort of students and families, we could look at that to the best of our ability.
And I mean, I agree with Blair. I don't think we're going to have staff that, I don't think we're going to be able to staff it. And it's definitely not my belief that a child needs to be sitting in front of a computer learning. We need to have them in school for sure. I just don't, I can hear it coming that this board is one-sided.
Well, you know what? But if a parent doesn't want their child to come to school on Fridays, or they don't want to have to get up early and have to send them to school at 8, I mean, that's just the way it is. We have school on Friday. We start school at 8 or 7:45 or whenever it is. That's just the way it is. And if we say, you have to wear a mask, and they say, well, I don't want to wear a mask, that's just the way it is. We just decided we need to wear a mask, and that's the way it is, in my opinion.
And we did leave it as temporary. I mean, just hopefully we'll have a great turn, and a month from now we could go back to.
What would you suggest?
That per Mr. Campbell's recommendation that we suspend the remote learning option for the time being.
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion? Mr. Bridges?
Yes.
Ms. Case?
Yes.
Ms. Holt?
Yes.
Mr. Egoff?
Yes.
Ms. Caskey?
Yes.
Dr. Evis?
Yes.
I'm a yes as well. That's 7-0. That's the first one of those in a minute.
Man, that feels good.
All right. Any other return to learn? We've got a construction update, an equity update, a child care update, financial services. I'm going to ask you guys to go. Like, we're going to get it moving. Anything else that we need to discuss on this before we can?
No, sir. We will
right.
finish superintendent's reports with all speed.
I'm getting hangry, man.
Yeah.
Hey, we got some Cheetos over there.
Do you want to? I mean, we could take a quick break, or you want to go quick? Okay, go quick. Show the pictures. Get it on. Get it done.
Pass it around.
All right, board members, I've got your construction update for this month. And so starting with Hendersonville High School, here's a quick list of tasks that are being completed. in preparation for that school to begin moving into their space this week. And then, of course, being prepared for students on August 23rd. And so really you can see there as things are being moved. The main thing to highlight on this one is the bottom one, which is the distribution of instructional materials. Again, all of the staff's materials from Stillwell and the old vocational building are stored in the auxiliary gym. And so Vinoy has contracted for a moving service to come in, move those items into the appropriate spaces so that when those teachers arrive, potentially on Friday, that their materials are ready for them. Here, the main things to highlight is really the demo of Stillwell is continuing, and the repointing of Stillwell on the outside is going on as well.
The only thing I want to know about the demo of Stillwell is, have we run up on any unknowns that are going to possibly cost us some of our contingency?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not as of yet. And we've been inside of it for how long now? Like 3 months?
Yeah, since really everybody got out
into
there.
June, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Here's just some quick photos. There in the gym is the photo of furniture that has been delivered that will be moved into classroom space, or is currently being moved into classroom spaces. The other one is a classroom space that is set up where you've got your clear touch screen there in the center, whiteboards on the side. Here's a photo of the main office area where the receptionist desk is located and the waiting area there in the office. And then the learning stairs are completed as well. Here's a picture of the hallway there at the administration where the principal's office are located. And then on the other side is the cafeteria commons area.
Is that a safe?
Yes, that is the old vault that was located in Stillwell. And I think
never saw that.
I'll have to look back at what the date is. But
I stayed out of the office. That's why I
all
didn't
the
see it.
kids that dug out the weight room.
1986.
Didn't make it.
Yeah, exactly. They got stuck in the
They're
wall.
in that vault.
Yeah. That's cool.
It is very cool. Here's some pictures of Stillwell, so kind of what you were referencing there, Mr. Craven, in terms of all the work that's being done there. It's pretty much been stripped down to the bare floors. You can see windows are removed, and so making good progress within that space. Here's outside of the courtyard grading work that is taking place as well. Moving on to rugby, as they finish up that new administrative area. Again, you can see the things, the floor tile painting that's been completed. The thing to highlight here is one of the things that COVID has hit us on is delivery and installation of furniture. And so we're looking at a September delivery and installation date for that. But I just want to really applaud the school administrators there at Rugby as they have come up with alternative solutions to make that space work until their new furniture is delivered. Here's a highlight on the art room and the counselor where the old office area used to be located. Very similar there in that the floors and the paintings have been completed. The delivery of furniture, again, is delayed on that front. But again, that school has worked to find a solution. Here's just some quick photos of the office area where you can see the principals there off to the side as their offices. The picture to your right is the lobby area, so that's where the receptionist desk will go, and that door is going out to that main hallway, creating that double point secure entrance before someone can get access into the main school area. Another project that's going on is a new food services freezer that's being replaced at the maintenance warehouse. And so the concrete and the preliminary work has been complete at this point with an estimated date of completion on October 30th. And so these photos show you where it has been demoed and now that concrete work has been completed. I will answer any questions.
Thanks, sir.
You're very welcome.
Like, no one's allowed
you
to
got
ask you a question.
Oh, sorry. Ask a question.
So, no, I really want to know about that
Yes.
food freezer. It's
the
not
freezer's awesome.
it's not delivered to each school.
It is, but at the warehouses where they can keep large shipments before it does go out to the schools.
Okay.
And that one was caving in. It had a variety of issues that they've been able to bandage and keep it going for quite some time, but it got to the point where it had to be replaced.
I didn't know we did that. I learned something new. I need to go see it.
Yes, sir. That is there.
It's
at the
taken me.
warehouse on Upward Road.
I mean, they're huge. It's
I'm
pretty.
gonna go see it.
Sorry.
You let me know when you want to see it. After
Okay.
it's complete, I'll be more than happy to.
How many shelves? No.
Ask away.
No, thank you.
I can talk policy if you want me to.
Those chips, these Karen bars aren't gonna do it. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, equity update, Dr. Fry. Got quiet in here, didn't it? My mic is on.
Good evening. It's my privilege to share with you a few points for the equity update. First of all, teaching as a profession. So we hired 2 dynamic teachers. Anna Lord, previously an elementary teacher at Dana Elementary. She is nationally board certified and on fire to teach this curriculum. Sam Henry, previously a middle school teacher, but most recently an instructional coach. He is on fire to teach this curriculum. They are a dynamic pair. They are currently working in conjunction with our high school administrators and counselors to market, recruit, schedule students into these classes for the fall. We're also using Swift K-12 to make students and parents aware. And then we have a program called Virtual Job Shadow that we can pull out, extract all the students who have indicated a prior interest in education. And we are doing some intentional marketing, direct marketing to those students and families as well, doing everything we could to get the courses ready. Anna will be teaching at East and Hendersonville, Sam at North and West. Moving forward.
Exciting.
I also wanted to let you know, I know this is of high interest to this board, on August 18th, we will be facilitating a meeting of our band and orchestra teachers, middle and high school, so that we can continue the conversation about removal of barriers. That conversation will be led by our new Director of Achievement, Dr. Marcy Wilson, and I plan to attend as well. Just going to continue looking at ways that we can increase access. Drum roll, please. I have some really exciting news to tell you about summer learning. High school numbers, hot off the press, or they were about 5 hours ago before we came down here. They're a little chilly now, but I am thrilled to tell you this. High school students, the number of credits awarded during summer school, 674. The number of students receiving those credits, 376. Number of students graduating based on those credits, 23.
Wow.
Not all of them?
And finally, number of students promoted based on credits. This is taking the seniors out of the way, but the additional students who were promoted based on those credits earned, 115. Summer learning mattered. Appreciate your support. Hanover Research is currently surveying our partners, our stakeholders, students, faculty, administrators, and community partners so that we can plan for next year. So I appreciate all that you all did to support summer learning. And that is the equity update.
I think that survey is pretty good too. I got an invitation to take it because one of my kids thought he knew better than the English teacher. And he didn't. So I think because we had talked about that survey for a couple of months now, and I thought it was a good one. I paid very close attention while I was filling it out.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Dr. Fry, I want to thank you and your staff for all of your creativity and pulling together a summer program in a pretty quick turnaround time that was fun, exciting, and engaging for our children. I had 2 grandchildren who attended, and never one complaint about going to summer school.
That's great.
Never one complaint.
That's wonderful.
So I appreciate, and I would like for you to pass it on to the principals and the teachers who are involved in providing those opportunities.
I'll tell them tomorrow morning. Thank you. Thank you so much.
And another thing you're probably into too is the Education Foundation with this STEM camp they just had.
The
It
pictures
was
have been
pretty
awesome. Yeah.
It was.
My grandson was in it and he loved it.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. Yes. great
did it.
reviews.
Did that expand this year? Because it seemed
did.
like there were a lot of them that went on.
It did. It was a larger group this year.
That's awesome.
Didn't have 6, 8, 9, 12.
Yes.
Have an elementary. I'm not
Yes. I think there was an elementary with this one as well. I'm pretty sure. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fry. Child Care Services update, Mr. Rhodes.
I do have something with this.
The moment you've all been waiting for. Everyone loves child care updates. So, really quick, the financial projections for June and July. We just finished up our Summer Plus program last week. We had a really successful summer as far as attendance with our students. Our revenues was $78,075. Our expenses was $104,197 for an operational loss of $26,122.84. I want to remind the board that part of the reason that there's this operational loss is that the board had voted on the $10 extra per hour that was consistent with everyone that was working during the summer, and that total overall cost ended up being, for the Summer Plus, we paid out in bonus money approximately $37,000. And so I still believe that that was a very successful Summer Plus program, the way we were able to take care of our employees. We do have plenty of money in our child care program right now, per Mr. Sosha and our conversations today. So the money was there for us to be able to take care of our employees this summer. So with that, that is the update. And I would... I don't know the balance, no, sir.
You just took the hit for this month, right? You didn't spread it out. You took the hit for one month on the accounting balance, and that was that.
Yeah.
So,
And if
it'd almost be like if it said in a little line there, like predicted loss bonus from, you know what I mean? Like, just so it's really not a loss.
It's not. We would have made.
Planned it,
We
yeah.
would have made, what, $11,000 or so? 10 grand?
Yeah, I mean, like that was a planned loss that we needed to do.
Our child care program is in a good place right now. And what I would do, if it pleases the board, next month, we're only going to have 1 week of revenue. I would love to be able to do the update the following month, because I think it'd be more relevant.
That sounds great to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up. Oh, I thought I was going to get this one done. I knew better than that. Financial statements, Mr. Bernie Sosha.
What it is. All right.
He grew that beard while we've been here. Literally. He was clean shaven this morning.
John and Carl are both
here we
offended
are.
that they didn't grow hair during that time.
It takes us a little longer. So. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that was true.
That was true. All right, what you
Okay,
got?
we got a bunch of them this time, but I'll go through them real quickly for you. So the first one is local current expense and other restricted as of June 30. And so for the year last year, we had revenues that were $31,436,000, while expenditures in those two funds was just $28,405,000. So that's $3 million difference there. Combined in the two, it's $2.3 million in just the local current expense fund, and it was $675,000 on the restricted fund. Just if you can keep those two a little bit separate there, but all in all, wonderful results. Real quick, also, so for local current expense and other restricted for July, we received our first installment from the county, and so we had $3,078,000 in revenue, with just $2,184,000 in expenditures, but that's just, there's not much going on.
Tell them you keep it in the bank until you pay it for your first,
Absolutely.
November, when you pay your first check.
November, $5 million goes out the
Exactly.
door.
So, probably stack it up.
Okay, capital outlay fund as of June 30th for last year. Revenues for the year were $3,426,000, and expenditures totaled $2.3 million. The balances in those, really what shows up on that is that we have to record the buses, and the MRTS money is in there. There's a lot of incidentals, if you will, in there as far as from actual operations on our end. So, but the last one is the enterprise fund as of June 30th. So the child nutrition program, They received $5,750,000 for the year and had expenditures of $6,035,000, which is a slight loss. But if you remember back at the beginning of the year, the way we anticipated the year going, we had to budget $650,000 of fund balance was what we anticipated going in the hole. So this is a far cry from having to go that. It ended up being a very successful program with the way there were so few kids in the building for a good portion of the year.
Talk to us about how the reimbursement's still going to work the same way through the first half of this year from the federal government. Like how are the reimbursements going to work going forward?
They're going to continue going as they've been going.
They just haven't said when they're going to stop it yet, though, right?
I thought they had it extended through the end of the year.
So we've got to the end of the year. Basically, the Fed's going to. It went away. The Fed is going to cover it, correct? And then when we get to January, we've got to start charging kids lunch again.
That's not my understanding. My understanding is it runs through September of next year.
Okay.
And again, remember, one of our concerns as it related to the child nutrition program last year was when we were in a fully remote state and the number of participants, and we saw the position of the program shift dramatically as soon as we went back full-time face-to-face 5 days a week.
Yeah.
And so if that's our operational starting point, again, and we'll confirm those dates, but it's my understanding that it runs all the way through September right now in terms of the universal feeding.
But we have to communicate. What we did last year was not efficient. We have to communicate to these parents that we realize you're getting free lunch and free breakfast right now, but you have to fill out those forms because that's where our Title I money comes from. And didn't we have several schools that lost it last year because not enough parents filled out?
What we've seen is a change in the participation rate, exactly as you've mentioned. And it is very difficult to get people to fill it out when they don't have to.
I know.
I think it's one of the concerns school systems have as it relates to it. It's one of the concerns that when we went to universal breakfast or universal lunch, the need to have people fill it out dropped significantly. And so we saw a change in those population numbers, which exactly as you know, affect our funding. So we certainly will be redoubling our efforts to communicate to families about the importance of that data, even though families are being fed.
Yeah, because I don't think they realize they're like, oh, this is just lunch or this is just breakfast. But really, it means tutors for us. It means people working directly with children to get them further ahead than what they are. So even if you bring your kids lunch every day, fill it out so that we can, if you're in that place, we can still get that funding.
Is there a more efficient way to do it than that piece of paper that comes in the back of my kid's folder, first day of school that's like with 50 other things?
I know.
Like there has to be a more efficient way to do this.
Incentivize it. Have your teachers offer the kids a cupcake, everyone who brings it back.
I mean, I see it. And it's got like icing on it, or the dog has it, or something's going on. There's like 50 other things.
Isn't there a way you can fill it out online too?
Yeah, there is. There is
an online version.
Like maybe we can send that out.
We do some. We do and ask enough of Molly, so I don't want to push too much.
I think there's some federal guidelines about incentivizing. So
how do you
what those are?
Yeah, there probably is.
Like, what are you going to incentivize somebody to fill that out?
Feed them.
How do you? I mean, what can you do?
I think there's definitely an opportunity for us to better educate our community about how that information is used.
Because they just don't understand
exactly what that does, just like you told us.
Absolutely. Because again, we recognize that most people see it as just a vehicle for the opportunity for student participation in lunch or breakfast programming. But we know that it has an impact in school system funding in other spaces. And so we'll work very hard to communicate that better to folks.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I was on the board for several years before I understood that money is directly reflecting our tutors. So I think there's parents that just don't fill it out because.
Like, oh, I make too much, whatever, toss it.
Yeah, just fill it out anyway. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, especially with this free breakfast and lunch.
So I know right before this, we had started that second chance breakfast, and I think that was one of the most important things that we started, right? And to be able to continue that in a normal environment, we are going to need that information.
Not kidding.
So,
One more, childcare, which really feeds into what Mr. Rhodes was just talking about. So for the year, they received $1,074,000 with expenditures of $920,000. So they finished the year in the black, which...
great job, Mr. Rhodes.
Yes.
Great job.
Whoop, whoop.
All right.
Any other questions?
Any questions?
No.
All right, we got general operations, Dr. Bryant.
Make it short and sweet. Traditional calendar does open August 23rd. As you know, we have students showing up. As you well know, you've got the calendar there. I just want to say something on behalf of every child that attends this school system, every staff member that works for it, and every person in this community. I don't think folks have any way of understanding how challenging your job is, or how challenging your service has been. And I just want to say it out loud. What we love and respect about you is not that you agree, it's that you don't. It's that you show deliberate attention, and you are so dedicated to the discussion and the dialogue and the hard dialogue. People do not understand what you've received over not just these last 2 weeks, but this last year and a half, and the way in which that's met, when it is welcomed and when it's not, when it's celebrated and when it is frowned upon. You need to know that we are a better school system and community because you chose to serve. Because you show up here every day and you say, you know what, this is a thankless job and nobody wants the weight of responsibility that we have, and we're still here anyways. And I just want to say what an honor it is to serve alongside you in that space, and that you continue to do it with such respect for each other and attention to each other, because it is not easy what you've been asked to do. And I'm grateful for you, and I want, for everybody that doesn't write you the thank you card, you need to know that it's coming from us. So we say thank you to you guys, okay?
Well, we certainly appreciate it, and
Well, I think we need to piggyback on that, though, because we gave you an impossible task a week ago that said, hey, create this virtual space.
we just threw it out of the window
And you
today.
did it, and then we said, okay, we're done with that. I mean,
You guys are the true heroes.
yeah,
here.
you guys are the real MVPs with everything that you have to do on top of your regular job that you have to do. I mean, you are much, much appreciated.
And I'll be honest, I'll be the bulletproof vest for all you guys. I'll take all the emails, all the Facebook messages, all the calls,
Yes,
the
you
text
will.
messages, the whatever I do. They're pouring in as we speak. But I'll be the bulletproof vest for you guys, and y'all keep making us the best system that you can, and I certainly appreciate all that y'all do.
It's our pleasure to
Love
do
you
so.
guys.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I will take a motion to get out of here.
I move we adjourn.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.